for is you don't play footsie with a fan base and athletic department that is giving you everything to succeed and say, I'm pretty much coming around. Like, that's basically every tweet that he sends, and then leaves them on the doormat and leaves them on the doorstep. We'll get into the timing of this and whether or not how long could Ole Miss actually let him coach before making a true decision. That conversation, what went down with Oregon and USC, in a status quo Saturday around college football.
Football Sunday on ESPN Radio. It's a critical showdown in NFC North. J.J. McCarthy leads the Minnesota Vikings into Lambeau Field to face Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers.
Beautiful work. Jordan Love for the score.
Coverage begins today at noon Eastern with kickoff at 1 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
A world-class entertainer.
I try sexting. That's what I try to do, you know.
He's Cedric the Entertainer.
I'm gonna sex. I'm on my way home one day. I'm like, hey, girl, Daddy's about to pull up. You know what I'm saying? I might want to ... You know? She gonna text me back, pick up some bread.
Friday, December 5th, the venue at Horseshoe Casino. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Cedric the Entertainer.
Just get some damn bread, really?
Play smart. Must be 21 or older to gamble or attend events.
Hey, guys, it's Silvy. This is it. Now is the time. It's Window Nation's end of the year sale. Listen to this. 50% off all window styles and 0% financing for 5 years. There isn't a better deal. My friends at Window Nation make the whole process easy, including 1-day installation and a lifetime warranty. The windows will actually save you money on your energy bills, just like mine. And yeah, they're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau, but they're rated A+ by me. It's the end of the year sale for a limited time at windownation.com.
Beckett's amazing. He's a miracle child. In the mornings, he'll wake up and he'll roll the shades up and, Dad, it's time to get up. It's a bright, beautiful day.
He started getting dizzy. At the first of the year, he started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live. The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend. And the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
ESPN 1000 presents The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Hard-hitting fantasy info to help you land that job this weekend. Jeff Meller shares the latest news, injury updates, and tips to help you set your lineup. The Fantasy Football Show, presented by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Your football Sunday starts now with Jeff Meller on ESPN Chicago.
It does indeed. Welcome on into the Fantasy Football Show. I am Jeff Meller here with you every Sunday morning during the regular football season right here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Getting you set. If you're not a fantasy football player, don't worry. We've got plenty of football information for you. So if you love America's passion, we have it covered for you, as always, presented by the fine folks over at Tullamore Dew. We do appreciate them as always. All right, Week 12 is upon us, and there are lots of injuries to get caught up on. As I should mention before we do that, though, real quickly, 312-332-3776. That's the number if you want to jump on in. First segment is reserved for me to run through all the latest injury news to get you caught up to date on what you need to go as you set your lineups here this morning as we attempt to hopefully get all our listeners into the playoffs.
Playoffs?
That's right, Jim Moore, the playoffs. They are upon us here very quickly. Probably for most folks, only 3 regular season matchups left if you're doing things correctly. So this could be a must-win situation for a lot of teams out there ahead of the Thanksgiving week, which I should mention will, of course, no Europe games this week, but it just sets us up for the chaotic nature that is holiday football, wreaking havoc with all of our fantasy football lineups as we are now going to embark upon the Thursday, Friday, Sunday slate that we have coming up this next week. But that is for next week. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's start off with Week 12. And we start with what I believe is probably the injury that is giving fantasy owners out there the biggest headache.
In the gun, surveys the defense, shotgun snap, hand to Jacobs over the right guard, plowing, breaking tackles, carries a defender in, touchdown Green Bay, Josh Jacobs.
All right, so the latest we have from the NFL insiders regarding Josh Jacobs, the Packers' bell cow back, is that he is feeling pretty good, but they're going to give it a go in terms of pregame warm-ups as the Packers get set to take on the Vikings. So the knee is structurally sound, but still tender from last week. That's the latest from Adam Schefter yesterday. I don't love this, I'll be honest with you. Even if Josh Jacobs is active, I'm a little concerned about using him. I don't think he's in line for his usual role, even if he is active. And I will also mention that yesterday, the Packers elevated Pierre Strong to their active roster from the practice squad, which means they are getting ready and anticipating the possibility that Josh Jacobs is not going to be active today. Emmanuel Wilson at this point, I think you know, should be added if you are a Jacobs, should have been added this past week off of waivers if you are a Josh Jacobs owner. If you're still looking for him and he's still out there, go grab him, be ready to go in case you need to use him. If Jacobs is inactive, I feel okay about using Emmanuel Wilson, but if Jacobs is active, nightmare scenario, I don't think either Packers running back is really worth using if Jacobs is active today. Again, against the Vikings defense, I don't really love that matchup with a banged-up Jacobs, even if he is active.
Rodgers again looks over that defense, points with his left hand, takes the shotgun snap, back to pass, looking right, throws right, got a man wide open, that's caught at the 20, 15, 10, down to the 5, and Roman Wilson spins his way to the end zone for a Steeler touchdown.
Oh, boy. Well, at this point, the Steelers playing on the lakefront here in downtown Chicago at Soldier Field against the Bears. There's no doubt that Aaron Rodgers is doing everything he can to play against his arch nemesis that is the Chicago Bears. We love to love it here. I personally am rooting for Rodgers to play in this one. Would love to see the Bears have let's call it an experience that was similar to the way Brett Favre wrapped up his career against the Bears as a member of the Vikings. But we shall see. Apparently, the Steelers' doctors are not enthusiastic about Rodgers playing. Of course, Aaron Rodgers has been doing his best to try and convince the Steelers that he's available and should be okay to play, but they're worried about him compromising himself, being able to protect himself with the hairline fracture in his non-throwing wrist. We shall see. I think if we'll see, I guess we'll point. This is pretty obvious. If Rodgers is active, he got his way. And if he's inactive, then obviously the Steelers doctors thought that be a little bit more practical and try and wait for the following week. Nevertheless, this guy is expected to be active.
It's a snap. We'll pitch to Warren to the left. Warren has some room, and Warren races into the end zone for the Pittsburgh Steelers touchdown.
From a fantasy standpoint, too, I think Jaylen Warren is probably the biggest play here for fantasy owners out there. Obviously, at the running back position, always looking for players who are going to see double-digit touches. Jaylen Warren suffered that ankle injury last week, which saw Kenneth Gainwell then step in and have a monster week. And Jaylen Warren with the opportunity to run against this Bears defense, which is going to be missing its 3 best inside linebackers, Tremaine Edmonds, Noah Sewell, and TJ Edwards have all already been ruled out for this game. So it's going to be a difficult proposition for the Bears defense today. Of course, we're going to cover that for you over the next 5 hours here, as soon as, or more specifically, really the next from 8 to noon as we get you set up here for all your Bears pregame festivities. But this is a really good opportunity, I think, for Jaylen Warren. And assuming he's active, which we expect him to be, I definitely would want to use him against the Bears' banged-up defense this week.
One on the play clock. This snap, a play fake, back to throw, in the pocket, dancing in the pocket, over the middle, touchdown Baltimore! Rashad Bateman in the back of the end zone. It's the 4th touchdown of the game for Lamar Jackson.
Haven't had any of those real blow-up games from Lamar Jackson since he's returned to the lineup. He has been reluctant to run the way that he used to, or that at least the way we're familiar with seeing him when he's out there. They get the Jets today in Baltimore. Prime opportunity. I'll just throw it out there. If Lamar Jackson continues to fail to run the way we're used to, I think we may have to consider knocking him down in the ranks in terms of quarterbacks that we would start. And I think there could be some guys who would be in the mix to potentially use over Lamar. Probably not doing it this week. Going to give him a chance against the Jets in most formats, but something I'm keeping my eye on. Specifically, you're not going to be able to use this guy.
Dart brings Robinson in motion from right to left. Dart's going to keep it himself. He runs right into the end zone. Touchdown Giants. Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart still out this week with the concussion that he's dealing with, so you can't use him over Lamar Jackson, which means I don't really want to use any New York Giants. Sure, you can go ahead and use Devin Singletary as the Giants goal line back if you'd like, but honestly, I don't love the matchup for the Giants in Detroit. Surprisingly, the Detroit Lions defense has not been their biggest issue. It's been the interior offensive line for the Lions, which means that Jared Goff has put his owners in an interesting trick box. I think you have to use Jared Goff at home. He is a much better player there, but I will point out that the Lions need to do a better job of stuffing up the interior there and giving him a little bit of time, because we saw last Sunday night how bad things are for Jared Goff when he doesn't have time. Things go awry quickly. I believe, what was he, 2 for his final 18 or whatever it was? Abysmal, could not complete any passes, so they need him to have some time if they're going to have success. But it's a good opportunity against a Giants secondary that is amongst the worst in the league. This man's returning, which I don't think we should put too much stock in.
Drake takes the snap, hands it off. Ramondre running it right into the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots!
That was a Ramondre Stevenson touchdown, if it wasn't apparent. And the Patriots go to Cincinnati. They are on to Cincinnati today against the Bengals. And I'm still saying Travion Henderson, I believe, is the lead back there. But Stevenson stepping back into the active lineup is going to muddy the waters a little bit. I know the matchup is great. It is extremely juicy to play against that Bengals defense. So if you're absolutely desperate, I can see why you might consider using Stevenson. But I do think Henderson, after his 5 touchdowns over the last couple of weeks, has taken the lead back role from Stevenson. But honestly, this could very well be a split down the stretch. On the other side of the ball for the Bengals, well, they have some issues.
Takes a taller snap, fades back, lob left, one-on-one, Jamar Chase. He tumbles down and makes the grab. Flag is out. He aggressively shoved with Jalen Ramsey. He two-hand pushed him away as he separated for the score.
A little too much saliva from Jamar Chase last week as he spit on Jalen Ramsey and has been suspended for this week's matchup against the Patriots. And that's a tough blow, especially because Joe Burrow is not returning under center for the Bengals. Joe Flacco back again, at least for one more week. Looks like because Joe Burrow was a full participant in practice the last couple of days this week for the Bengals, it looks like they are setting up for a Burrow return on Thanksgiving when the Bengals go to Baltimore to play the Thursday night game this upcoming week. But no Chase, no Burrow, and that means that it sets up pretty nicely for T. Higgins to have a big day. And I will also mention in PPR scoring formats, Andre Yoshavash could be a sneaky play if you're looking for a receiver for 1 week who could be pretty good bet for 5 to 6 catches at the very least.
The handoff inside to Walker. He finds a little bit of a gap, falls forward, and he's got a touchdown. Seahawks! The first touchdown Seahawks in the game today, and K9 throws the ball into the stands.
All right, big day on tap for the Seahawks offense. At least I think we hope that's the case as they head to Tennessee to take on the Titans. Kenneth Walker, good news. Looks like he is going to be active. He was dealing with a glute injury this past week, but all signs point to him being ready to go. And I think finally last week we saw him get in the end zone for the Seahawks, and he's just been a more explosive player, although Zach Charbonnet is certainly in the mix near the goal line. But finally, Walker got himself a touchdown, and if he's healthy, I think you obviously want him out there in your lineup against the Titans, who, as we point out each and every week, according to their quarterback,
we ass.
That's right.
If we keep it a buck right now, we ass.
Yes, they are still ass, folks. The Tennessee Titans amongst the worst teams in the league that we have seen in some time, as they are 1-9, and they do host the Seahawks today, so huge opportunity. And I think Sam Darnold, even though the 4-interception game was by no means a good week, it's a good get-right week for him against the Titans today. Good news regarding this next fella.
They just get it off. They toss it to Tootin, cuts back to the middle of the field, over the shoulder, into the end zone, touchdown. He started left, cut back to the middle of the field, and he's into the end zone, and Jacksonville has taken the lead.
I love the play design.
Bishal Tootin was taken off of the injury report this week, so that at least late in the week, so that's good news, as he had somewhat of a breakout week last week. Led the Jaguars in touches, 15 carries before he left the game. This week they get the Arizona Cardinals in Arizona at State Farm Stadium. I'll point out that because he did look like he was getting a little bit more of the lion's share of the work last week and now has been removed, I kind of like Tootin as a play here. Travis Etienne, now he was dealing with an injury of his own, a shoulder injury of his own, so he was not somebody that the Jaguars were allowed to hit this past week in practice, so that could have been the reason why we saw Tootin take over more of a lead role last week. Nevertheless, though, good matchup against the Cardinals this week. So with Tootin being removed from the injury list, I think you go ahead and use him if you were planning to. And a couple of bucks that most folks are probably very interested in tonight in the Sunday Nighter.
Bucky Irving on the left hip of Baker Mayfield from the 4. Far side hash moving right. Good snap. Pass to the end zone. Caught ball. Touchdown Tampa Bay. Chris Godwin's got it. And the Buccaneers score on the opening possession for the 3rd game in a row.
Gene Decker off. All right, you heard Gene talk about Bucky Irving being lined up there in the lineup. You have probably seen at this point. If you haven't, though, I will clue you in. Bucky Irving officially out tonight. So if you're hoping for his return, but the good news is that he is expected to return next week when the Bucs get the Cardinals. So that's the good news there from Adam Schefter. Bucky Irving not playing today, but expected to be back next week. Finally, he hasn't played since week 4. And of course, Chris Godwin scoring the touchdown in that highlight. He is going to play for the Bucs tonight against the Rams. Good one on Sunday Night Football, so that should be a fun watch there. And honestly, I know it's been troublesome for all the Bucky Irving owners out there, but I think the best takeaway, at least we finally have some definitive news. Looks like he's going to return next week. Godwin, I don't really love the idea of using him this week. Kind of want to see him and see how much he's utilized before I get him right back into my lineup. But perhaps he was released in a roster crunch, so he's somebody who is worth, I think, adding to your roster tonight before he plays. Again, always trying to give you that one name you might want to check your waiver wire for before to get ahead of it. So Godwin, worth potentially adding to your roster just in case he has a big night tonight on Sunday Night Football, or even if he just scores a touchdown all of a sudden, he will be on everybody's radars. And of course, if you go look to the free agent list next week, he'll be amongst the top projections if he's out there. Whereas this week, right now, he probably is not on the higher projection lists. So worth adding just in case he's out there in your league. That is all the latest injury news. Again, I'm Jeff Meller. If you want to hit me up on the socials, at Jeff_Meller, MELLER. 312-332-3776. That is the number for you to jump on in. Taking your calls next, right here on ESPN 1000.
This is the Fantasy Football Show.
Make-believe computer football is no excuse for using the internet to be mean.
Back after this on ESPN 1000. It's Bears and Steelers, live from Soldier Field. Today at noon, this is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons! Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Hey, it's Cap. My wife, Mindy, said, "Hun, your snoring is shaking the whole house." Thanks to Sinus and Snoring MD, I can actually breathe, and she can finally sleep. Don't tough it out through another winter stuffed up or exhausted. And remember, your insurance deductible resets in January, so use it before you lose it. Sinus and Snoring MD offers same-day appointments. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today. And give yourself and your loved ones the gift of better sleep and a healthy holiday season.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, "Hey, where are you going?"
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Lids is your home for the best NBA gear this holiday season. From New Era and Mitchell & Ness, get the latest Caps jerseys and tees, including the NBA City Edition collection. Shopping for yourself or someone else? Stop by the Custom Zone to add a personal touch. Text NBA to 29017 to sign up for text messaging and receive a coupon for 20% off your next in-store headwear or apparel purchase. Exclusions and message and data rates apply. See a Lids teammate for details.
Fellas, it's the season to shine, and not just from the holiday lights. Manscaped is here to keep you looking sharp for every holiday party, family photo, and mistletoe moment. The Lawnmower 5, groin and body trimmer, and the Chairman Plus face shaver deliver precision, comfort, and control worthy of Santa's nice list. I've been good and nice. Whether you're tidying up before a big night out or preparing for New Year's Eve, Manscaped has your back. And your face too, to be exact. So gift yourself with some grooming greatness this season, because looking good is the best gift of all. And now you can find Manscaped products at your local Walmart.
Is your tight end in or out?
Don't answer that.
Is your backfield in good shape?
Never mind.
And welcome back to ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. It's the Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller.
Happy Sunday to you. Hope you're enjoying a good cup of coffee, hopefully with a little pinch of Tullamore Dew in there to get you started right. The Fantasy Football Show here on ESPN 1000, presented by Tullamore Dew. I'm Jeff Meller with you each and every Sunday morning during the regular season. Getting your football day started here locally, of course. We will have a full day of Bears coverage coming your way here as soon as we wrap up the Fantasy Football Show at 8 a.m. when Bleck and Abdalla will take over with your Bears tailgate at 8 o'clock. Of course, your Bears pregame, your Bears Radio Network pregame with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne Miller up at 10 o'clock. Of course, you'll hear the Bears and Steelers live from Soldier Field right here on ESPN 1000, your home of the Bears, with Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee on the call. And then, of course, the postgame with Yurko and Peggy, and then I will be back on the postgame show, hopefully talking about an 8-3 Bears team in sole possession of the NFC North. Of course, they have that right now, but hopefully they can extend that another week here with a win against the Steelers. My, wouldn't that be great? Of course, I will be with Jason McKee and Pat, the designer, taking your calls on the postgame show to wrap up our day of Bears coverage right here again on your home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776. That's the number. If you want to jump on in and talk some fantasy football with me right now, let's head on out to Jordan in Wakanda. Jordan, get us started this morning here on ESPN 1000.
Hey, Jeff, how are you today?
I'm doing well, my man. How about you?
All right, not bad. Last week I called. I needed Kimani Vidal or Woody Marks. They both had great matchups, and they both bombed. But today I got a tight end issue. It's PPR, and I need one of these four guys. I got Juwan Johnson, Brock Wright, Cade Otton, and Colson Loveland.
And you said it's PPR, right?
Yes, and right now I have Juwan Johnson, but I'm still not sure.
Yeah, for me it comes down to Johnson or Otton. And what I don't love is I think Otton, he's the one who probably loses the most targets if Godwin is featured heavily in tonight's game. So I think personally I would use Juwan Johnson on the Saints today, taking on the Falcons, which I didn't mention them, but the Falcons now, I do want to say that, yeah, so there you go. I'd go Juwan Johnson there in PPR, Jordan. But what I do want to talk about with the Falcons is, I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty concerned about the offense. Drake London out yet again. Kirk Cousins now is going to be the starting quarterback, at least for this week in the foreseeable future, because Michael Penix is going to undergo ACL reconstruction this week. Tough year for the Falcons, lost year in many ways. And I'll just point out, I had a deal on the table to trade for Bijan Robinson this past week in one of my leagues. I did make the deal because I figured bet on the talent, but all of a sudden I got very nervous about the Falcons offense for the remainder of the season because Kirk Cousins really is struggling, doesn't have any mobility left. It seems that Achilles injury that he suffered a couple years ago really has kind of done in his ability as a quarterback in the pocket. Has a tough time operating now, and even losing some of his arm strength, it looks like. So I'll just say it. I'm very concerned about Bijan, and I don't know what the actionable move is there. Maybe what I guess I'm conveying here, or I should be conveying, is if you have Bijan Robinson and somebody is looking to make a deal and you look at it and you like what they're offering up on paper, I would be open to it more so than I was because Kirk Cousins scares me. Although the one thing I'll point out is not a lot of trades usually get done on Sunday morning, so maybe a wait-and-see approach. But if Bijan struggles or the offense as a whole struggles this week, it could be worth considering this week if you don't like what you see like I didn't last week. Let's go out to our buddy Mike in Mount Prospect. Mikey, what's going on, man?
Hey, happy Thanksgiving, my friend.
Happy pre-Thanksgiving week to you, Mike.
All right, buddy.
Best week of the year.
I got Jamar Chase 2 weeks ago. He's on a bye. Last week, he gets 6 points when he's averaging 29, and then he spits on somebody, so I don't have him this week. So I need a lot of help. I've got a quarterback situation. I've got the two quarterbacks are Jalen Hurts. He's in Dallas. That's a sweet matchup there. And then I got Drake May, who's got a sweet at home, sweet lineup against as well.
Yeah. Drake May. You know what? It's funny, and you know what? This one's pretty easy for me, Mike. You lay it out. I can't guarantee you that Drake May is going to have more points than Jalen Hurts, but the way the Eagles' offense has been operating all season, there's no reason to believe that Hurts is going to go crazy against the Cowboys. In fact, I think what we're seeing, and even if you're listening to Hurts in all of his press conferences, whether they're post-game or during the week, he's clearly indicating that it doesn't bother him that he's not being a prolific scorer when it comes to fantasy, whether it's throwing the ball or even running the ball as to the extent that he has in the past. He just wants to get W's, and that's working for the Eagles. Hard to argue with that, even though I think we'd all like to see more from the Eagles offense. But Drake May against that Bengals defense, which is, when it comes to DVOA, one of the worst. I believe, actually, I just read this past week, I think they are the worst right now defense through 12 weeks in the history of the DVOA era. So, yes, you want every player that you can get a piece of going against the Bengals these days, and Drake May has clearly established himself as a stud, not just in real life, but of course in fantasy as well. So, yes, Mike, we're rolling with Drake May and not thinking twice. Lock him into your starting lineup today. Let's try Scott in Maryville. Scotty, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's the good word?
You tell me.
Well, actually, it's a good weekend. My buddy, I used to be a teacher and coach, and a buddy of mine, they won the semi-state from Maryville, so they're going to go down and play state at Lucas Oil next week. The
Nice.
Irish won.
Very cool.
Yeah, the Irish won big, and I'm hoping I get the trifecta with the Bears beating up the Steelers, which brings me to my question that I got DK Metcalf in a flex. And I saw the Bears, all their linebackers are out.
Mm-hmm.
So something that's making me think, are they going to just use all those tight ends and DK's just going to be running around? And I don't know what the quarterback situation's like.
Mm-hmm.
So I have Pearsall and Christian Watson on the bench. Would it be too cute to try to put one of those guys in for DK?
Yeah.
It's really one of those three. And it's a full PPR.
Yeah. No, and honestly, that's the one format where it's not a great spot for DK Metcalf. For me, he's definitely better in non-PPR scoring. We've seen that play out this year. And honestly, the Steelers are going to use three tight ends, whether the Bears linebackers were healthy or not. That's kind of become, for the most part, their base offense. And I think that's primarily a result of the fact that they don't have a great second pass receiver, pass catching option for Aaron Rodgers. Honestly, I don't think it changes much, too, even if Rodgers is active. I guess it would. If Rodgers is active, I would say I'm definitely using Metcalf. I'm trying to think, would it change my decision at all if Mason Rudolph is the starter for the Steelers today? Would I do Watson over Metcalf? And I'd say I don't think so, Scott, because in PPR, I just don't love Christian Watson either. He had a couple of touchdowns last week, but is that he's just not a volume player, right? Whereas I just think all the injuries for the Bears, even though, yes, it seems likely that the Steelers will probably run the ball a lot, I still think DK Metcalf, the Bears, it's not just the linebackers. Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon's still out, so I think it's an opportunity for DK Metcalf. I'd still use him.
Okay, man. Have a good Thanksgiving.
All right, you too, man. Have a great Thanksgiving as well. 312-332-3776. That is the number if you want to jump on in, talk some fantasy football with me right here on ESPN 1000.
Don't go anywhere. The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew, will be back with the answers to all your fantasy football dilemmas on ESPN Chicago. It's time for you to vent. The Waddle and Silvy Holiday Parody Contest is on.
Right to jump out Soldier Field.
Seasonal cheer plus bile-filled anger
More than Arlington dearly sealed.
equals a shimmering snow globe of pain under Soldier Field's sod mistletoe. Compose yourself, compose your song, sing it with holiday joy, and submit it at ESPNChicagoContest.com. The top 5 finalists will perform at the annual Waddle and Silvy Holiday Party. Presented by Surfside and brought to you by Rodgers and Hollins and by Illinois Bone and Joint Institute, Golf on NET, and Circus Sports. Stay tuned for details on the holiday party at Empire Burgers and Brew in Naperville on December 19th.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
A world-class entertainer.
I try sexting. That's what I try to do, you know.
He's Cedric the Entertainer.
I'm gonna sex. I'm on my way home one day. I'm like, hey, girl, Daddy about to pull up. You know what I'm saying? I might want to ... you know? She gonna text me back, pick up some bread.
Friday, December 5th, the venue at Horseshoe Casino. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Cedric the Entertainer.
Just get some damn bread, really?
Play smart. Must be 21 or older to gamble or attend events.
College football Saturdays, there's nothing like it. Tailgates fired up, rivalries running deep, and the crowd going wild.
Oh yeah, and when it's time to kick back before kickoff, make it Flight by Yuengling.
And Flight by Yuengling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics. So whether you're in Champaign or cheering on from Chicago, raise one to the orange and blue.
Football's better with Flight.
America's next generation of light beer. Flight by Yuengling. Raise the bar. Take flight.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Gear up for this festive time of year with incredible digital deals through the Jewel Osco For You app. Save big on everything from premium produce and salty snacks to tasty beverages and more. Download the app today and get set to score more savings.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
You're listening to The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Presented by Tullamore Dew on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
So proud of myself. I didn't even mention the Browns and Raiders game yet. halfway through the show. Probably worth noting, Shedeur Sanders did get those first-team reps in practice this week. Obviously, you don't want any part of Shedeur Sanders. You probably, I guess the only player I would actually advise being okay using would be Quinshon Judkins for the Browns today against the Raiders, as that's just an interesting matchup. Of course, the Browns' defense is amongst the best in football, and their offense is atrocious, and I don't think anybody expects it to get much better. But again, they have an interesting matchup against the Raiders, whose defense is also pretty atrocious these days. So that one should be an interesting watch. I don't think most people will be watching it at 3:05 because most people around the country will be watching the Eagles take on the Cowboys in Dallas, whether they like it or not. You know what I'm talking about. But I just wanted to mention Shedeur Sanders did get those first-team reps, so we shall see how that plays out this week. Jeff Meller here on the Fantasy Football Show, presented by Tullamore Dew, taking your calls at 312-332-3776. Let's go out to our buddy Dave, who's in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Dave-O.
Happy pre-Thanksgiving to you and your family and everybody at ESPN.
You as well, Dave. Thankful for you all these years, my friend.
I need two of these four PPR. Kamara, Hunt, Warren, or Walker.
Okay, so two of those four. So I would say I'm going to go ahead and advise using Walker and Warren. I didn't mention Kamara. He is expected to go for the Saints today, which is nice. But let's see. I think I'd still use Walker and Warren. I definitely don't want to use Hunt. That's just betting on the touchdown. The short touchdown, which is certainly in play, but, there's just a low floor for him as a player, as a PPR guy. So I think I'd still use Walker and Warren. Again, just double, triple check that Warren's active, but we're expecting him to be against the Bears today.
Thanks, Jeff. Have a great week.
You too. Thanks, Dave. Let's try Paul, who's in Texas, the Lone Star State. What's going on, Paulie?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well.
From Texas. I got a wide receiver 3 question. Kind of follow up on what you were talking about a while ago with the Browns and Raiders. I need either Judy or Mac Hollins. Both of them, I think, have decent, even though Sanders, as you mentioned, is going to be a dumpster fire probably.
Yeah.
But who would you go, Judy or Hollins against the Bengals?
Yeah, so boy, that is a rough one. And you know what complicates everything is you said it's PPR, right?
Right. One full PPR. Yep.
Man, I think and what I don't love and the reason if Kayshon Boutte was still inactive, it would be a no-brainer for me and say Mac Hollins. However, because Boutte returns against that Bengals defense, I just think there's going to be less work for Mac Hollins this week. So in the PPR format, I think I'd probably, close my eyes, put Judy in your lineup and hit set and just cross my fingers and hope that Shedeur Sanders can be somewhat competent. I think Judy's probably likely to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of Sanders being in the lineup. I think I could very easily see him being focused on, that solo focus on getting Judy the football. So I think I'd go with Judy mostly because Boutte's back, and I think there's going to be less passes for Mac Hollins. Paul.
All right, appreciate it. Have a great Thanksgiving.
You too, Paul. Boy, I will say I don't feel conviction on that. Man, the Patriots against the Bengals. I want as much possibility as I can against that. So, boy, that one's tough. I am very much on the fence about that one. Let's try Ken in Indiana, the Hoosier State. What's going on, Kenny?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, I got a half PPR question.
Okay.
I got DeAndre Swift, Keyshawn Jenkins, or receiver Michael Wilson. I want to go Swift, but the Monongai thing is the only thing that scares me. What do you think?
Yeah, and so Michael Wilson, boy, what a monster week last week for most folks. 15 catches, and Marvin Harrison, significantly enough, out again this week. So that's huge. But I think I'm always going to lean back towards the running backs. And I think Judkins with Sanders, the Browns, I would expect them to try and shorten this game, give their defense every opportunity to be at its best. I think there's going to be a heavy workload day for Judkins today. So I like where your head's at, Ken, with Swift sharing the backfield a bit with Monangai. Of course, Swift is still 1-2 Monangai's 1A, but nevertheless, I think Judkins is in line for a pretty nice day volume-wise, and I think there's certainly a possibility for a short score or two against the Raiders. So I would use Judkins there. Let's go on out to, Tom, who is in Orland Park. Tommy, what's up, bud?
Hey, good morning, Jeff. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man.
So I traded for Jalen Hurts 2 weeks ago, and I've been playing him, and, of course, he's not doing very well. And I called you up, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, because I also have Flacco and Brissett. I had Kyler Murray, but I dropped him with him going on IR.
Mm-hmm.
So I got Hurts, Flacco, or Brissett. And I'm thinking of going with Brissett, but I don't know. Jalen Hurts is projected the most points for me out of the three.
Boy, you know what? You hit. Isn't that the truth of playing fantasy football, right, Tom? You look at the projections, and it is so hard to mentally get past it. This week, though, of those options, Flacco, I don't want any part about with him against the Patriots, and especially without Chase. So he's the easy cross-off. Yeah, and Brissett obviously had. Here's the problem with Jacoby Brissett. He is piling up all these stats. Well, I guess they beat the Cowboys, but last week it was just a dumpster fire for them against the Niners, to the point where they had no choice but to just let him sling it in an attempt to try and make the score respectable. So all those stats came in garbage time, and I don't ever know if there's any really a true takeaway, right? You hate to bet on that. And I will say, even though I advised May over Hurts earlier in the show, I'm still going to use Jalen Hurts over Brissett because I do like the matchup against the Cowboys today. So I would use Hurts in that situation over Brissett.
All right, Jeff, thank you.
All right, and that's kind of I think, a good philosophy, at least how I approach fantasy football. Look at the quarterbacks, and Brissett, even though he, again, set the NFL record for most completions in a game last week, it was just, what do you take from that? That's not something the Cardinals are even trying to do. Like, if the game script went perfectly according to their plan, there's no way Jacoby Brissett would ever be throwing the football that much. And surprisingly enough, the Jaguars' defense has actually been one of the surprising things that has gone well for Jacksonville this season, as they are now 6-4. So I don't love the matchup for Brissett today. 312-332-3776, taking your calls here on the Fantasy Football Show. When we come back, we will also get you the daily fantasy football play from Justin Pottinger right here on ESPN 1000.
This is the Fantasy Football Show. Back after this on ESPN 1000. The Cap and J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Cap and J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. The end of the year is coming fast, and so are your insurance benefits. So use those dollars to actually take care of yourself. Go visit my friends at Cairo One Wellness Centers. I've been going to Cairo One for a couple of months now, and I'm telling you, I feel better. Cairo One offers personalized chiropractic care that gets you pain-free with no drug and no surgery. If you've already hit your deductible or have health benefits remaining, check out CairoOne.com. 50 locations across Chicagoland. That's CairoOne.com.
Dude, did you hear Fry the Coop has Vienna beef on their chicken sandwiches now?
Wait, hot dogs on chicken? That's interesting.
No, not their famous hot dogs. They're pickles. Vienna beef has been making pickles for over 100 years. Now their zesty pickles are stacked on Fry the Coop's epic fried chicken sandwiches.
Oh, sweet, spicy, crinkle cut? This is unreal.
Fry the Coop and Vienna beef pickles, the perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
This one's for the flavor fanatics. Sour Apple 5-Hour Energy Shots don't mess around. They bring the bite. Tart, tangy, and packed with tasty caffeine, this little 2-ounce bottle punches above its weight. With 0 sugar and as much caffeine as a 12-ounce premium cup of coffee, it's the kind of pick-me-up that keeps your taste buds happy without the crash. And it doesn't stop at Sour Apple. There are 17 bold flavors waiting for you to discover. Pick one up in store or stock up online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon today.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Caffeine doesn't have to be bitter or boring anymore. 5-Hour Energy Shots are bringing the flavor and energy. One of my personal favorites, Strawberry Banana. It's giving smoothie vibes in a compact caffeinated shot. Whether you like your energy sour, fruity, or tropical, with 17 flavors, there's something for everyone. And yeah, it's got as much caffeine as a 12-ounce cup of coffee, but with 0 sugar and no crash. Big flavor, tiny bottle, tasty caffeine done right. You can grab yours in-store or hit up 5hourenergy.com or order on Amazon today.
It's that time again, folks. The holidays are here, and if your partner's asking what to get you, make it easy for them. Tell them to add Manscaped to the list this year. From beard hedger to lawnmower trimmer, Manscaped keeps you clean, confident, and ready for every holiday gathering. These aren't just gifts, trust me. They're smart upgrades for your daily routine. So this season, give the gift of grooming and confidence that lasts long after wrapping is gone. Take advantage of Target's Black Friday deals and get 25% off all power shavers. Hurry up though, offer ends November 30th.
The Fantasy Football Show is back with a guru of fantasy football, Jeff Meller.
He's listed as questionable. Questionable. What does that mean? No one knows what that means.
Dial us up at 312-332-ESPN.
I mean, they know if they're playing. They know. They should tell us.
That's 312-332-3776. This is the Fantasy Football Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000 and 100.3 HD2.
The Fantasy Football Show presented by Tullamore Dew. Recapping quickly, I think the biggest takeaway from my injury reports to kick off the show, Josh Jacobs, game time decision for the Packers. And honestly, if you can avoid using him, even if he's active, I would. I suspect this is gamesmanship. I think we're probably going to see Emmanuel Wilson be the featured back. And because Pierre Strong was elevated to the active roster for the Packers today, I think they'll probably play it safe with Josh Jacobs, especially because they are playing on Thanksgiving against the Lions. So for the Packers, it's going to be a quick turnaround as they have football on Thursday. Seems like a perfect spot where you give Josh Jacobs the day today. You give Emmanuel Wilson a huge workload. And then you go ahead and see if he's good on Thursday, and then you get a couple extra days on the back end next week. That's kind of what I suspect will happen. Even if he's active, I'd be a little bit cautious about using him today. Bring in Justin Pottinger now, as each week at this time, JP gives us his best daily fantasy football play.
All right, this week we're going with Kenneth Walker, running back for the Seattle Seahawks. Last week, he finally kind of broke out. He's had a really slow kind of season this year after week one. It's kind of just been the Charbonnet show, really. But Kenneth Walker, last week, he cracked himself as the RB11, having 19 carries, the most he's had all season. We've kind of been waiting for this, but the coach came out and said he's earned more work, and that's why I'm excited, because this week they play against the Tennessee Titans, who have just a brutal rush D, ranked 29th in yards before contact allowed and 31st in rushing touchdowns allowed. So I'm expecting at least one break-off touchdown for K9 today. And guess what, man? They're a 13.5 point spread favorite today on the road. I mean, that's just perfect game script for all running backs. I'm expecting probably Sharps to get in. He's kind of been stealing the touchdowns this year, but I also think K9 will as well. I'm starting K9 in all my lineups today. On FanDuel, he's about 7,200 and 5,400 on DraftKings. I love K9. Dream matchup today. Start him.
Yeah, I think what the Titans offer up here is that their defense is not it's not terrible. In fact, the Bengals have a far worse defense than what the Titans have. The problem for the Titans is that offensively, they cannot put drives together. They cannot sustain drives, and they quickly find themselves behind in games, which oftentimes, to your point, JP, will lend the game script to an opportunity for the opposition to just run the football and feed their running backs with a big lead, usually a double-digit lead by the time the second half hits. So I like it. Kenneth Walker, the third, K9, as number 9 on the jersey, as he is known, is Justin Pottinger's daily fantasy football play this week. All right, let's roll through the calls as we wrap up the Fantasy Football Show with one more segment here. Let's try Gerald in Hoffman Estates. What's going on, man?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I had a question you answered probably earlier, but it's between Bam Knight or Emmanuel Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that Josh Jacobs, whether he starts or not, it looks like you're leaning toward Emmanuel Wilson. I think you already answered it.
So here's what I'll say, Gerald. If Josh Jacobs is inactive, I'm absolutely using Emmanuel Wilson. If Jacobs is active, though, in that case, then I think it muddies the water too much. I think you're probably then looking at pretty likely a split backfield. So in that case, if Jacob is active, then I don't want to use Wilson. Then I would use Bam Knight. Let's try, is that Gary or Jerry? Gary? Gary, what's going on, bud?
So I got a trick question here. Let me give you a little bit of background and set it up. I've got Jalen Hurts going today, so I'm hoping that he actually has a big game finally against Dallas. But my competition is Drake May. He's got Drake May. So I've got my running backs are set. I've got Taylor and Kyron Williams. But I've got Devontae Smith, Michael Wilson, Jerry Jeudy, and I picked up Kayshon Boutte to go because of Drake May.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also have in my flex, I've got Judkins. So I'm trying to figure out, right now I've got Devontae Smith and Michael Wilson just because I've also got Harrison who's on my bench because he's hurt. But do I play Boutte or do I stick with Devontae Smith and Wilson?
So for me, I definitely, I think you want to use, because it's PPR, right, Gary?
Yeah, it's PPR, so I'm trying to, I picked up Boutte just kind of like in case, like you said, in case Drake May goes off. I'm hoping he doesn't throw it to Hollins and he throws it to Boutte instead.
So the way I look at that, if you and I do this occasionally, and it is a huge, great matchup for Drake May, Gary. You definitely, I think, want to use Michael Wilson in the PPR format off of last week. I don't think he's getting double-digit catches, but the fact that he did put that out there and Marvin Harrison Jr. is out yet again, I think you have to lock Wilson into your lineup in PPR. So for me, it's, Boutte versus Devontae Smith. And because you already have Hurts, and I think the one thing we've learned from, even if Hurts has a big touchdown day today against the Cowboys, which is certainly in the cards, I think the one thing that we've seen from the Eagles offense is that it's not likely going to be, no matter what happens, a huge volume day for either Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown. So I think I could get behind using Kayshon Boutte over Devontae Smith today just to kind of play defense against Drake May and the possibility that he has a monster day against the Bengals. So I think I could get behind using Boutte over Devontae Smith there. Although, if it were me, I think I'd still use Smith over Boutte just because I tend to like to use the best players, and especially because, let's be honest, Boutte coming back from an injury, you never quite know if a team's going to ease them back in. So I would still use Devontae Smith, but if you were compelled to do it, I wouldn't fight you on it. Let's try Anthony in Evanston. What's going on, Tony?
Good morning, Jeff.
Hello.
Thank you for taking my call. We chatted briefly last week. I had the same question. I was going up against my son, and he beat me. And I have Caleb and Mahomes. Last week it didn't matter because no matter what lineup I put together, he's going to beat me. with that being said, right now I've got Mahomes in there. I'm thinking Caleb, because I know, Pittsburgh's second to last against the pass, worst against the receivers. I've got Rome as a wide receiver in there. 6-5, but is Mahomes going to have a great game today because they're not going to lose 3 in a row?
Sure.
It's a tough spot.
Yeah, here's the I hear you, but the one thing I'll say is there's certainly a possibility with Caleb, the way he's scrambling, for him to at one point here have a big fantasy football league. I will point out, though, that I do think the Steelers' secondary was ravaged early, and don't forget, a lot of it came at the hands of the Bengals on that Thursday night game when they couldn't stop Flacco from feeding Jamar Chase. But I do think they've changed things up a bit in their secondary a little bit. They've gotten better, so I don't feel like it's a game where I don't think Ben Johnson, that's not going to be the way he draws it up. He's going to want to lean on the run. So I would still use Mahomes. I think they're going to have to put up a decent number if they're going to beat the Colts today. Probably going to need 28 to 30 points to win that game. So I'd still use Mahomes over Caleb Williams.
We're coming up in the 2-minute warning. This is the 2-minute warning.
And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning.
All right, fast and furious as we are inside the 2-minute warning here. Jason in Crown Point wanted to know Aaron Rodgers or Sam Darnold. I am using Sam the man against the Titans. Isaac in Denver. Sorry I couldn't get you on the air, Isaac, but he has a PPR-related question. He has Sanders, Winston, Rudolph over Zay Flowers in a super flex. Yeah, I always have to use the quarterback no matter what there, Isaac. So I think I would use Jameis Winston over Zay Flowers of those options. And then Jacob wanted to know Rome Odunze or A.J. Brown in a PPR scoring format. I'm using Rome. We just really can't trust A.J. Brown at this point. That is going to do it for this week's edition of the Fantasy Football. Thanks for listening, folks. As always, thanks to the presenting sponsor, Tullamore Dew, for sponsoring us here. I am Jeff Meller. Hit me up at Jeff_Meller. That's Meller. And I will be back with the post-game show coming up around 5 o'clock right here in your home of the Chicago Bears, hopefully breaking down a Bears victory with Jason McKee and Pat the Designer. But up next, it's Bleck and Abdalla to get you started with your pregame tailgate right here on ESPN 1000.
That does it for the Fantasy Football Show today, presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. But don't miss more of Jeff Meller later today on the Bears postgame show, 2 hours after the Bears game ends. And next week, when the Fantasy Football Show returns every Sunday at 7 a.m. on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey, it's Cap.
Other winter, stuffed up or exhausted. And remember, your insurance deductible resets in January, so use it before you lose it. Sinus and Snoring MD offers same-day appointments. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today. And give yourself and your loved ones the gift of better sleep and a healthy holiday season.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
The post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
Here comes the boom.
Bleck and Abdalla. Pre-game tailgate, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Bradley University.
Welcome in. It's week 12 in the NFL. Bleck and Abdalla hanging out with you for the next 2 hours as we get you set for Bears football. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago. Noon kick at Soldier Field. The 7-3 Chicago Bears face off against the 6-4 Pittsburgh Steelers. This is a first-place matchup in November between two teams leading their divisions, the NFC North, the AFC North. Bears Steelers on the lakefront today. And Abdalla, before we break down the game itself, we do have breaking news from yesterday. If you weren't paying attention to Bears football yesterday, the Bears have placed Tremaine Edmunds and Roschon Johnson on injured reserve. They did that yesterday. The NFL Network is reporting that Tremaine Edmunds could be out from 4 to 6 weeks. So when you're placed on IR, you are there for 4 weeks at least. The NFL Network is saying that that could take up to 6 weeks with Tremaine Edmunds, and that would then place him coming back to the team, hopefully by week 18, the final game of the season, home against Detroit. So today, the Bears are, from what we had at the start of the season, heading into today's game, the Bears are out 6 starters today on deep defense. So this is going to be a depth game defensively for the Chicago Bears against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then, of course, we are also waiting as the morning goes along. The reports from Adam Schefter and also the NFL Network from yesterday is that Aaron Rodgers wants to play. He thinks he can play. The Steelers are being cautious and that they are going to take it up to game time on whether or not Aaron Rodgers will play today. If it were up to the quarterback, sources have told Adam Schefter that he would play. Whether or not the Steelers let him play is going to be something we'll have to pay attention to as the morning goes along.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of stuff to go into a game today.
Welcome to Bears football, week 12.
And also, Kyler Gordon, Jalen Johnson, not going to play either. Yeah. They're not going to play either today. They're going to wait another week, maybe, or 5 days? Because the Bears play again on Friday. They have the short week. They don't play on Thursday, obviously, shorter week. The Black Friday game on Friday, Black Friday, against the Eagles.
Is that when it is?
This year it is.
Okay.
Black Friday's on a Friday this year.
Interesting. And that follows Thanksgiving on Thursday.
It moves around.
And Thursday's usually the day for Thanksgiving,
this year,
right?
Black Friday is on a Friday.
What about Blackout Wednesday? Is that usually on Wednesday, the week of Thanksgiving?
This year on a Tuesday. Weirdly enough, I don't know how it fell, but this year's on a Tuesday.
Everybody.
So, yeah, no Kyler Gordon, no Jalen Johnson, no Tremaine Edmunds, no TJ Edwards, and also no Roschon Johnson, no Travis Homer, no Noah Sewell. So if you show up to Soldier Field with a helmet and some pads, you could play linebacker for the Chicago Bears. Maybe. Who knows? So, yeah, they're going to be without, how many did you say, 7 players?
So players who started week 1, they have 6 starters out today.
Okay.
Now, that's including Dio Dengbo, who's out for this season, Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, the 3 linebackers. I mean, this defense is down bad. And that's where, as we start today, if you want to join the show at 312-332-3776, as I sit here, I read through the defensive players who are out. I look at the defensive stats this year. Every stat points to this team being bad defensively except for turnovers. Mm-hmm. They lead the NFL in turnovers. Every other category, they don't pressure the quarterback. They don't stop the run. They're bad in the air against the pass defensively. Every category, this team is not good defensively, which tells me that if Ben Johnson is the offensive guru we think he is, and Caleb Williams is the developing quarterback we hope he is, today is a day where the Bears will win this game only if the offense shows up and has a great performance today and eliminates the time of possession that the Steelers actually have the ball and puts the defense out there. It is a day where Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, the offensive line, this offensive unit has to show up today to win today's game. If they don't, if they stumble early, if they're slow to get started today, they're not going to win this football game. That's what it is. This defense is too banged up going into this game, which is also concerning. Like you mentioned, we have a Friday game on a short week this upcoming week against a very good football team in their building, the Philadelphia Eagles. This is one of those spots where I'm now readjusting my assessment on the rest of this season and this team. In the next 3, you got to get one. You can't go 0-3 now to the Steelers, the Eagles, and the Packers. You can't. If you go 0-3 here in the next 3 weeks, I don't know if this team really will have enough, especially with all the injuries on defense, to limp their way to the playoffs. I don't think they can. They got to get one of the next 3.
Well, your
they
hope
absolutely
is,
do. And if they get 2, then boom, this team is actually pretty damn good.
Well, your hope is that the plan with Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson is that they didn't want to have them play 2 games in 5 days. And so that they thought that the wear on the injuries would be too much to have them play 5 games or 2 games in 5 days. So the idea is that they'll come back and play against the Eagles and then play against the Packers, obviously. So if they're not back today, they'll be back on Friday against the Eagles. They'll play against the Packers and then the rest of the season, assuming they stay healthy the rest of the season. So you'll have at least your secondary back and healthy. That's the hope. And then TJ Edwards, we don't know. He hasn't been placed on IR. He's week to week. He doesn't practice, and then he just kind of sits on the injury report as a DNP every single day. Hasn't been placed on IR, so we're just waiting for an update, but the update never comes. It's just constantly a DNP. And at least with Tremaine Edmonds, it's bad news, but at least it's news. He played every single snap. He popped up on the injury report as a did not practice. The groin injury obviously is significant enough that he's going to miss 4 to 6 weeks, where, like you said, puts him back for the last week of the season if it is a 6-week injury. And then hopefully the Bears make the playoffs so he can play more than just that one game. And that last game of the season does have meaning. So if he is coming back, it isn't a meaningful game against the Lions. But yeah, this is a team that needs something out of this defense today. Now, obviously, if Aaron Rodgers plays, he is not the same Aaron Rodgers that Bears fans are used to seeing, that played with the Packers for years and used to decimate this Bears team. This is a guy where 45% of his passes are for 5 yards or more down the field, which is a league low. He's not throwing the ball down the field the way he used to. And I think that, like you mentioned, this is more of a Ben Johnson in the offense against this Steelers defense, which is 3rd in the NFL in sacks. Now, Caleb does in this offensive line, they allow a lot of rushers, but Caleb doesn't take sacks. He's been able to escape. He's been able to escape pressure. He's been able to throw on the move. He's been able to get rid of the ball fast. Not fast, but when he's running, he can throw the ball away at least. And he's been able to avoid a lot of pressure. And the last few games, he's been able to use his legs and run. He's been, instead of just throwing the ball away or take sacks like he was doing earlier in the season, he's been using his legs to his advantage. And in the last few games, he's been using them as a weapon. And I think that has added an element to this offense that was lacking the first few games of this season. I thought he was hesitant to run the first few games of this season. And now that he's using that, this offense has been brought to a new level. And I think that this Steelers defense, 32nd in the NFL in passing yards per game allowed, you can throw on this Steelers defense. And I think Ben Johnson can see that. Last week, the last 2 weeks, the recipe was there to run the football. This Steelers defense can stop the run. They don't allow a lot of yards before the line of scrimmage. They get after you early with the run. I don't know if it's going to be there. Doesn't mean you should stop running the football. You should always do that. Ben Johnson, obviously, he's not dumb. He's not going to stop running the football. But they're very good against play action as well. If the run's not there, this is a defense where Caleb Williams, the receivers, you got to help him out. More drops in the last 2 weeks. You had 10 or 11 drops in the last 2 weeks. You've had more drops leading into this game. so far this season almost than you've had all of last season combined. That cannot continue today. These guys on offense, your wide receivers, your tight ends, you need to help Caleb Williams and hold on to the damn football, because if you're going to beat the Steelers today, if Aaron Rodgers is out there, he's going to pick you apart, because your linebackers aren't going to be out there to help you. You're not going to have a lot of secondary help. It's just, and you've proven you can't get to the quarterback. J.J. McCarthy wasn't pressured last week. He just couldn't throw the football. He couldn't find a receiver to save his life. He was overthrowing passers. He was underthrowing guys. He was frustrating his receivers. Justin Jefferson was out there throwing his helmet, slamming his helmet on the ground. He was frustrated. For a guy who doesn't show a lot of emotion, doesn't get frustrated very easily, he was slamming his helmet down. You're not going to be able to get to Aaron Rodgers because this defense has proven they can't get to the quarterback. So I don't know how they're going to generate pressure. If Aaron Rodgers is going to sit back there and pick you apart, it's going to be on Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams to put up points as well. And I just see this game maybe going to another shootout the way we saw against the Bengals when we had another veteran quarterback going up against this Bears defense.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is today.
Yeah.
I mean, flat out. It could be either player. It does not matter. This defense is not good enough. Why don't we do a little group project? Let's all put our heads together here. Do you have the ability to look up online how much money Montez Sweat gets paid per year to play for the Chicago Bears? No, seriously, do we have that ability? Can we figure out as a group how much money Montez Sweat makes? Because I think today is one of those days. Dude, you get paid a lot of money. One of the most amounts of getting the bag on the entire team.
Yep.
Your defense is hurt. It's time for Montez Sweat to step up and hit a quarterback. Not once, not just one pass deflection like he had last week against J.J. McCarthy in the flat. How about we get into the backfield and we game wreck? Is that possible for Montez Sweat? Does he have it in him? I don't know if he does. I don't know. I think you can lead the horse to water. I don't know if the horse drinks. I'm not sure. Seriously. Have we seen Montez Sweat be a dominant player in a contest where he changes the game and it doesn't matter what else is around him defensively because he is wrecking the game? He gets paid like that. I don't know if he's that type of player.
He's getting around $4.5 million per sack right now because he's had 5.
How much is he getting paid this season?
25. Let's see. He's got a base salary of $20 million. His cap hits around $25 million.
Let's go out there and earn that today.
Yeah.
What do you say? I mean, I think that's where, as we enter this game, you got 2 first-place teams. The Bears haven't been a first-place team in the end of November in years. 2018 was the last time. That team was led by the defense. This group today, what I can assume is going to happen as people travel on the highway this morning, heading towards the south lot to the north lot out by the planetarium, wherever, if you're going to be on the Waldron deck, wherever you're tailgating, you're going to the game. If you're someone that tailgates in the South Loop, wherever you're at, you're probably making your way to the lakefront right now. It is a beautiful day.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the high 30s right now. By kick, I'm guessing it will be around 50 degrees. The sun will be out for the entirety of the afternoon. By the end of the game, it should be almost pushing 60. Should be a beautiful day. You have a first-place team, which we don't get very often in this city. I'm guessing the crowd's going to show up today. Is Montez Sweat going to show up today? Will he show up?
I mean, he'll be there.
Because he is... If you are that type of player, with all of the injuries behind you in the unit, he needs to disrupt from the start. And that's if Mason Rudolph or Aaron Rodgers is playing. If Aaron Rodgers is playing, then great. I think he's less mobile. I think he's more willing to give up the football early in a play because he doesn't want to get hit. Rattle him.
Mm-hmm.
To me, Austin Booker, let's see a little pop today. You've been talked about all offseason since you were drafted that you had all this potential. Go out there and get 2 sacks. Honestly, I don't see how they win this game unless the offense scores 40-plus points or the front 4 go after quarterbacks today and actually impact the football game. Because otherwise, I think what everything you were laying out there, I think the Steelers will try to run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the secondary is not going to be able to stop either quarterback in the passing game. And do we trust the offense to just be firing on all cylinders from the jump of the game to get the Bears up into a good game script where they have a cushion, they have a lead, which allows bad passing situations for the Steelers, and you can maybe blitz a little and get to the quarterback that way? I just don't see the game playing out like that. If it does, that's great. I'll be very excited for that, and I would love to see that. And I think there'd be nothing better than the Bears getting a win today at home in a spot against a good team where you have 2 first-place teams. But I doubt that we're going to see that from the front four. Is that something that can happen today?
Well, look, I think that it's a really important game, too, to go out there and win because, like you said, this morning, I was playing with the playoff machine before we started today. If you win, you've got a 71% chance to make the playoffs. If you lose, that goes down to 45%. You've got to win 4 out of the next 7 games. You've got to win at least, I would say, 3 out of the next 5 in the division, or in the conference, I mean. So you've got to figure out how to win these games. And this is a big one because this is one of the easier games, I would say, because the ones that are left in the conference are the tougher ones, obviously. The Eagles, when you're already going in, the look-ahead line, you're a 7-point dog going into this game. And we don't know we don't know who's going to be able to come back. We don't know if Kyler Gordon's going to come back. We don't know if Jalen Johnson's going to be able to come back. We don't know if TJ Edwards is ever coming back. We obviously know Tremaine Edmonds is going to be out until at least the end of maybe 4 to 6 weeks. So I think that this is a big one for the offense to step up. Like you said, we know the offense has been able to score points. We know that looking at the numbers, the Steelers can be scored upon if you throw in the football. You can pass on these guys. Ben Johnson has been able to scheme guys open all year. Caleb has got to hit these guys in stride. They've been able to run after the catch. They can do it. Hold on to the football. Enough with the drops. Stop dropping the ball. It's your job to catch the football. I don't want to have Rome Odunze's dad after the game be tweeting out numbers about Rome's drops again. Catch the football.
Well, Rome's the one dropping the football.
I know. Start catching it.
We go to Raul in Lions. You're on ESPN 1000 Talking Bears. What's up, Raul?
Up about this. If Aaron Rodgers is in there, he's going to try to air him out like what Flacco did. Do you see Brisker probably playing the little linebacker nickel role with Gardner Johnson, and maybe Owens could step up? It seems like his wife gets more airtime than he does. Maybe he could step up and really provide some pressure. And another thing, hopefully the game plan is to treat this like a divisional game and pound the ball, because obviously you can't just put it all on get too cute and do play actions right away when you're not even trying to establish the run. So hopefully they give a shot to Aaron Rodgers or a few bumps or whatever it takes to be on the field and take them out. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Raul. Yeah, the Bears do run a lot of play action because they do run the football. So I don't think that that's necessarily a concern. They do establish a run, and they probably, without looking up the stat, I think that they're like in the top 3 of teams running play action in the NFL. They almost run play action every pass play.
Yeah.
Almost. Like, it's not only do they run play action a lot, they also use motion on almost every single play. And it's by design, and it's done. And the reason they run the football is so they can do that. And Caleb's been really good in those spots.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And he's progressing as a quarterback. So I that to me is not the concern. I think the concern would be let's try and play this game from ahead. I think what could happen is if the Steelers get a pop and they score early and they get a lead and the offense stalls early, then I think that's going to be a more difficult way to handle this game. But if the offensive line can maul and they can move some bodies, which they have all season long, lean on the run, get a lead early, and give your defense a chance. I think that's going to be the key. Give your defense a chance, and then maybe you have a lead entering the fourth quarter, and you can do enough offensively to maybe ice a game. It'd be nice going into the fourth quarter if you have a 10-point lead and you have a possession, score a touchdown. Move that game into an unreachable place where then the defense can tee off, and you know the situation for the opposition.
Look, Aaron Rodgers isn't airing anybody out. He's one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL at throwing the ball 10 or more yards down the field. He just can't do it anymore. And it's age, it's the Achilles, whatever it is, since his injury, he can't do it anymore. And the Steelers are one of the best defenses at defending play action. So one of those things is going to give. Like, you've got strength against strength. The Bears are one of the best at play action on offense because they do it so often, and they're the best at explosive plays off of play action. And the Steelers are one of the best teams at defending play action. So it's a really good matchup. It's strength against strength, so it'll be fun to watch. But at the same time, I think that I'm more trusting in Ben Johnson to win that matchup just because he's got the advantage. I think the Bears have more weapons. I think they've got the better quarterback at that. Like, I think on the field, just the stats would say, I mean, obviously the numbers would say that Aaron Rodgers is having the better year numbers-wise than Caleb Williams, but Caleb Williams can do more on the field than Aaron Rodgers. I mean, he's playing with a broken hand today. He can't throw the ball down the field.
If he plays.
If he plays. He's not mobile. Like, right now, we don't even know if he's going to play.
312-332-3776. It's the pregame tailgate. We're getting you set for the Bears and the Steelers. Noon kick on the lakefront. It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
This holiday season, lock in something that lasts. Astound Wi-Fi, starting at just $19.95 a month, forever. Not a temporary rate, no hidden fees, just your price forever. Check off one more thing off your to-do list this season and stop stressing about your internet. Fast, reliable Wi-Fi for every device, every holiday, every year. All for $19.95 a month. But don't wait. Visit astound.com today to sign up. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
This holiday season, don't let aches and injuries keep you on the bench. Illinois Bone and Joint Institute helps you move better so you can live better. From state-of-the-art imaging to convenient rehab locations, and with 14 Ortho Access immediate care facilities, you can get same-day orthopedic treatment close to home. Score the care you deserve. Visit ibji.com for locations and services. And keep moving this season.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense.
The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
It's Bears and Steelers, live from Soldier Field. Tuning at noon, this is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
That's right. We're brought to you by Bradley University. We have 4 hours of pregame coverage for every Bears game here on ESPN Chicago. Noon kick means that coming up at 10, we'll have the network pregame show. Silvy, Waddle, Dionne inside Gato, live from Soldier Field. That's right. If you're heading to the game and you enter the stadium from the south end zone, when you walk in, you will see the Dr. Pepper patio before you even get to the steps to go up to the seating bowl. They're right there on the stage. Gotta stop by, gotta say hello, as they will broadcast live until kick, and then they'll hand it off to Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer. Jason McKee will work the sidelines, the call of the game right here on ESPN Chicago. And then we also have 4 hours of post-game coverage. Yurko Peggy, and then Pat the Designer, Meller, and McKee. They'll get you covered for 4 hours post-game right here on ESPN Chicago. The Bears are 7-3, hosting this game in first place, Abdalla. A day that really, this is one of those games. I think you mentioned like 10 minutes ago that this is one of the easier games left on the schedule, but the Steelers are still a good football team. I hate the blanket statement of, they're no good. Easy game. Every game in the NFL is difficult. There are very few teams that have just flat out given up. I think you can put in that bucket this year. It's like Tennessee. Mm-hmm. They're clearly the worst team in football. They've clearly given up. Maybe you could toss a New York team in there, but the Giants give the Bears fits. So most games in the NFL are difficult games. This team's won 6 games, and they don't know, or we don't know, who they're planning on starting at quarterback yet. It doesn't really matter, quite honestly, in my eyes, because I think both players can have success against this secondary that's so banged up.
No, what I mean is that for the next, rest of the season, according to the Football Power Index on ESPN, the Bears have the second hardest remaining strength of schedule. And I would say that I can guarantee that there will be, assuming...
Number one's Green Bay, I believe.
Yeah.
If you just look at Green Bay's schedule...
It's rough.
Green Bay's schedule is pretty difficult from here on out.
This is, of course, assuming Caleb stays healthy, because obviously he's the most important position on the field. Assuming Caleb stays healthy, I can guarantee that they will be favored in at least 2 more games, maybe 3. Today is one. The Browns game at home will be the other one. And maybe the Packers game at home. That's it. So if you win those games, that's 3 more wins. You have to win 1 more game, in my eyes, to make the playoffs. Playing with the playoff machine, you have to win 1 more game. Whether it's the Lions game at the end of the season, and remember how that went second week of the season, whether it's the 49ers on the road, whether it's you sweep the Packers somehow. I mean, you beat the Packers last time you faced them, so you could possibly do that. One of those, you have to find a way to win one of those other games. If you beat the Packers at home, whether you sweep the Packers, whether you find a way to upset the Eagles on the road in a short week, that could happen too. You never know. It's the NFL. Any given Friday, I guess.
Is that when the Bears are playing next week?
Yes. Any of
the day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday?
It's a Sunday on a Friday.
Okay.
Hey, you have to win 4 of those games in order to make the playoffs. I don't think 10 wins unless, look, like I said, it's the NFL. Anything can happen. The Packers could fall off. The Lions could fall off. You could find a way to win the division. Anything can happen. It's the NFL. Injuries happen. Something could happen where you could find a way that 10 wins could make the playoffs. But realistically, looking at it, 11 wins is probably going to be the marker that gets you in, that you need to get you into the playoffs. And realistically, probably after today, you might only be favored in 1 or maybe 2 of those games. I could see the Bears being a short dog, depending on how the first game against the Packers go. If the Bears lose to the Packers on the road, convincingly, I could see them being a short dog at home to the Packers after they've faced the Browns.
You know, our social media team does a great job here at the radio station.
Yeah.
I could see a graphic being put out now. Adam Abdalla with like a hot take. Here's his take, in quotes. Something could happen.
Something could happen.
Yes, Adam. Something could happen. Correct.
Something could happen.
I agree. Something could happen at some point from here until the end of the season.
Yeah.
I can see the quotes right now, the take, flames flying on the graphics because something could happen. I agree. A couple thoughts. Just to tie up the idea with Green Bay, here's their schedule from here on out. Green Bay, if you're a Packer fan and you just live in Chicago and you enjoy the radio station, you're getting ready for football today, you do not have an easy go to make the playoffs. You're 6-3-1. You host Minnesota today. You're on the road at Detroit next week. In 3 weeks, you're here in Chicago against the Bears. Then you have a double dip on the road, Denver, Chicago. So flip those Chicago games. The first one is in Green Bay. And then you have 2 games in the season, Baltimore and Minnesota.
Tough games.
All of those teams are trying to be playoff teams. If not, Minnesota, we can argue about it, but Minnesota's probably going to be one of the better teams that misses out on the playoffs.
J.J. McCarthy might be playing for his job.
And we all know that Packers-Vikings rivalry is a huge rivalry, so you never quite know what's going on in that game. The other thought that I had is, I feel like today, with all the injuries on defense and what we're looking at, this is one of those games, if we go back to the start of the season, you remember when we were talking football and getting ready for the football season, it was still August. Think back to what was taking place, the preseason games. Remember that last preseason game number 3 against Kansas City in Kansas City? The Bears won 29-27, and it was a comeback, right? They came back in the end. They scored 19 points in the fourth quarter, and it was all, it was Tyson Bagent. It was all these backups, third, fourth stringers.
Scrubs.
Ruben Hippolyte had 5 tackles on the day.
Yeah.
You had all these players, names and numbers you're not quite sure of, right? Players who had double numbers because they're not going to make the roster. All these different things. I feel like that's the type of game, it does not matter. But the Bears took that game seriously. And I think the message that Ben Johnson was sending was that every man on the roster gets an opportunity and you can help the team. And I feel like defensively today is going to be one of those days where it's like if the defense does show up, maybe we look back to August and the way they handled training camp and say, they actually got some of these bench guys ready to go. Like even though they didn't play a lot during the season, they showed up when they were needed against Pittsburgh in a big spot because they took those preseason games seriously, and whoever was in was giving max reps, giving max effort. And I know that players are trying to make teams. They're trying to create a livelihood for themselves at that point of the preseason. But, to me, that's what this is going to come down to. You're going to have guys that you haven't seen in uniform out there playing for the Bears today on defense that can they step up? Has this coaching staff prepared the entire roster? Has Ryan Poles done a good enough job stacking depth on the entire roster? Because I think today, defensively, it's going to be stretched. It's Bleck and Abdalla. We're talking Bears with you at 312-332-3776. We'll take some of your calls coming up next.
Chicago Bears pregame.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck and Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest, Bleck and Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Yingling.
I'm coming
Fall
on.
is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. And now, with the end of the year approaching, this is the perfect opportunity to maximize your insurance benefits or to use your remaining flex spending dollars before they disappear. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-471-9773. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-471-9773. 800-471-9773. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-471-9773 or biglou.com. That's 800-471-9773 or biglou.com.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Counting down to kickoff on the home of the Bears. This is Pre-Game Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla, presented by our friends at Bradley University. Now, here are your hosts, Adam Abdalla and Chris Bleck.
You can listen to our show during the week, 2 to 3 weekdays, uninterrupted here on ESPN Chicago. It's Bleck and Abdalla with you this morning, getting you set for the Bears and the Steelers live from Soldier Field at noon, week 12 of the NFL season. 2 first-place teams matching up today. Abdalla, on the show, we like to play a little game called Door 1 or Door 2. Where would you like to go to today? Door 1 or Door 2?
It's too early to walk.
Where should we go today? Door 1 or Door 2? You pick.
Do you remember a little cartoon? Not a cartoon, like a TV cartoon. Is a drawn cartoon. Comic.
A non-cartoon.
A comic called The Far Side.
Yeah.
Do you remember it was a kid and he was pushing on a door and it said pull? That's how I feel right now.
Yeah.
This is me trying to pick a door.
Door 1 or Door 2? Where would you like to go?
I don't want to pick a door.
Door 1 or Door 2?
2.
All right, we go to Door 2.
Oh, you listened.
Eddie on the north side. Hello, Eddie.
Hey, boys.
Hey, I would be disappointed if Rodgers doesn't play. I mean, who doesn't want to go to a football game and see a Hall of Fame quarterback? And the same like with Brady. If you go into a Patriots game way back when.
I'm going to see a Hall of Fame quarterback. Caleb's playing.
Boom.
Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I treasure the times when I seen the Michael Jordan playing, from when I was younger and stuff. I mean, it was great. About the game today, I think it'll go over, but I'm not sure about the side.
Okay.
So.
All right.
I think Rodgers will play. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think Aaron Rodgers plays as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
too.
I do too.
I think
All right, great show, guys.
All right, thank you. Hey, there he is. Door
All right,
two.
have a good day.
Thank you. Yep, thank you.
I think he sees that injury report and goes, how can he not play? Like, how is he not going to play?
Yeah, I could see the Steelers being cautious with it, but also Baltimore's on their heels.
Yeah.
I think they can win today's game. I don't think they look at today's game like, oh, the Bears are unbeatable at home.
Absolutely not.
I think Pittsburgh thinks that they can come in here and they can get a win on the road. Door one, door two. We go to door one. Chase on the south side. Hello, Chase.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
We're good. What do you think?
Yeah, so, Bleck, you made a great point earlier when you was talking about the Bears' defensive line. When you was talking about Montez Sweat and the guys, this with all the injuries and everything they're dealing with in the back end of their defense. I mean, this is time for this pass rush to step the game up. I mean, because, the defensive line has been non-existent this whole entire season. And now this is their time to protect, to step it up now. It's a lot of money we've invested in that defensive line. I mean, they spent a lot of money, and it's time for these guys to make Montez Sweat to be that game wrecker, that guy that we gave up a second-round pick for. We're paying them millions of dollars to be that game wrecker. Grady Jarrett, he needs to, he's played well last week, but all in all, he hasn't done anything so far. Dexter, is Dexter still on this team? I have not heard his name all season. Is he still on this roster?
Yeah, he's there. Yeah, healthy.
Yeah. You was talking about Montez Sweat. Has he showed up? I wanted Dexter too. There's a APB out on him too. I haven't heard his name pretty much all year. So this defensive line needs to step up. But also, I asked you guys another injury question. If you guys heard, I read Bulls recap, and he mentioned something that he heard rumored that maybe that Theo Benedict, there's a possibility that he may not play either, and Ozzie Trapillo might be starting left tackle. And I got to ask you guys' opinion about that also. Like, how could that affect the game too? And I'll hang up and listen.
All right, thank you, Chase. Appreciate it. 312-332-3776. I did not see Cap's recap.
So Brad Biggs alluded to this as well in his report yesterday, that the moves that were made to elevate, I forget who it was off the top of my head, that was elevated off of the practice squad would lead one to believe that Theo Benedict's starting role today might be in jeopardy. Not because benching him, because of his health.
Yeah, so entering the weekend on Friday, the Bears listed Theo Benedict with a quad injury as questionable going into the game. He was limited in practice on Thursday and Friday.
Yes.
So it is possible that he is someone who's inactive today. There are a few names that were questionable. Now, we know because of the reporting over the weekend and what the Bears have released that Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson are not playing. They were both listed as questionable going into the weekend. So the two players on the roster that were questionable would be Theo Benedict and Jaquan Brisker. I think all indications are pointing to Brisker playing today. We'll have to find out with Benedict as the day goes along.
Yeah, and obviously you want your best guys out there. I mean, Benedict left the game for a little bit and then came back in. Ozzie Trapillo went in for, I believe, a play or two. And, obviously this whole team, this whole season, especially on defense, has been next man up mentality. But the offensive line so far has been able to hold up, knock on wood, really well. And they've played really well. They've obviously gelled. They've played alongside each other for the majority of the season. You obviously had to replace Braxton Jones with Theo Benedict midway through the season around the bye week. So you had these guys play very well together. They've been able to run the football almost better than any team in the NFL. They've got a huge amount of explosive plays in the run game, and they've been protecting Caleb. He's been avoiding sacks himself as well. He's cut his sacks more in half than from last year. So this offensive line has been playing really well, and credit to Ben Johnson, some credit to Ryan Poles, mostly to Ben Johnson for addressing this in the offseason and for also scheming around this bad offensive line. We talked about it for years, how if you have a bad offensive line, good head coaches can scheme around it. And when we were talking about how Caleb Williams was playing the position and not necessarily playing it as well and seeing the progress we wanted to see week to week, when you were watching the tape, a lot of people that were starting to watch the tape and watching the All-22 started noticing that it was Ben Johnson that was dialing up plays to protect the left tackle position in Theo Benedict and drawing up plays away from that position to protect Theo Benedict and the left tackle position and get the ball away from that side for Caleb Williams.
Well, it's not that I think you're flat out wrong. I think the offensive line has played well this year.
Yeah.
I think what you're trying to point to is that we've talked about the articles that have been out there. It's ESPN.com. Benjamin Solak wrote a few weeks ago that it's clear with the play calling that's taking place that Ben Johnson's play calling is trying to protect Benedict more so than the quarterback.
Yeah.
And usually with young quarterbacks, you see play callers, whether it be Sean Payton or others, play call in the idea of protecting a young quarterback first, where Ben has essentially not done that with Caleb, which is great because I think his development is going to take off here much quicker than what we've seen some of the other younger quarterbacks. You know, we just faced one last week in J.J. McCarthy. That's a quarterback that Kevin O'Connell has to protect in his play calling to try and win football games. And what Benjamin Solak pointed to a couple of weeks ago, it's a column that we're going to point to in about 20 minutes in a set piece next hour about Nate Tice this week talking about the offensive line play and Caleb Williams and his development. And he is also pointing to that it's clear that Theo Benedict is someone that Ben Johnson has been trying to scheme and protect, extra blockers, different play calls, just different formations to make sure the left tackle, who is young, has potential, is inexperienced, has been protected by this smart play calling from your head coach.
Yeah.
Where in some situations with young quarterbacks, it's you flip it. You do everything as a play caller to protect and to, you know, lack for a better term, baby a young quarterback, where Ben Johnson's not doing that with Caleb Williams. He's asking him to do things that only the best quarterbacks in football are being asked to do, which I don't think Bears fans and many people who watch football are realizing that Caleb is kind of on a different trajectory than a lot of the other young quarterbacks right now. And we'll get to it because I think Waddle had a really good assessment of Caleb's play, and we'll do all that in about 15, 20 minutes. But, yeah, you're right. I think Benedict, it is possible that you start someone else in Benedict's spot today because he's not healthy, and you might not miss too much of a beat. It is possible that Ozzie Trapillo could step in, and, you know, that might be his job long term. You know, who knows? They moved him back to the right side during camp. They tried it at first to be left, and then they moved him. So you never know how this stuff kind of works out based on injury and availability. But if Trapillo pops or if someone else is in there and Benedict can't play, you know, I don't know what that means then for 5 days from now when they're in Philly and you need to play another football game. So we'll see. I mean, you did use a second-round pick on Trapillo. So that guy needs to play at some point.
Exactly. And your point just now is a good one because a lot of these decisions, I wonder, are being made with the thought process of having to play 2 games in 5 days. With Benedict, with Kyler Gordon, with Jalen Johnson. Obviously, TJ Edwards didn't practice all week. He hasn't practiced in 3 weeks. So I don't know if that decision is being made. It's not like he was questionable or anything. He didn't practice all week. So I'm wondering how many of these decisions are being made with the, hey, we got to play again on Friday. Can Benedict go again if we need him to? Because there's a difference between this pass rush and Philly's pass rush. Like, there's a huge difference. And can we hold him out this week and say, hey, is he going to be healthy enough to go in 5 days, or can we get by with Ozzie today and rest him up for 5 days from now?
You say that there's a difference, right? Like, Philly is better, but Cameron Hayward is going to play.
Listen, I get it.
He is great.
I get it.
He's probably he's in the hall very good.
I get it.
he's sniffing that extra layer of Hall, right? Like he's looking towards it. TJ
Watt's great.
He's one of the 5 best players in football and has been one of those players for many years. So this defense is pretty good. It's Bleck and Abdalla. It's the pregame tailgate brought to you by Bradley University.
The new home of the Bears. It's time for you to vent. The Waddle and Silvy Holiday Parody Contest is on.
Deck the mics with music, Charlie.
Seasonal cheer plus bile-filled anger.
Then you vent on your team's folly.
Equals chestnuts roasting on the tire fire of your sports dreams. Compose yourself. Compose your song. Sing it with holiday joy and submit it at ESPNChicagoContest.com. The top 5 finalists will perform at the annual Waddle and Silvy Holiday Party. Presented by Surfside and brought to you by Rodgers and Hollins. Also by Steinhoffels, Country Thunder, and Jewel Osco. Stay tuned for details on the holiday party at Empire Burgers and Brew in Naperville on December 19th.
A world-class entertainer.
I try sexting. That's what I try to do, you know.
He's Cedric the Entertainer.
I'm going to sex. I'm on my way home one day. I'm like, hey, girl, Daddy about to pull up. You know what I'm saying? I might want to ... you know? She going to text me back, pick up some bread.
Friday, December 5th, the venue at Horseshoe Casino. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Cedric the Entertainer.
Just get some damn bread, really?
Play smart. Must be 21 or older to gamble or attend events.
The holidays are here, and so is the best deal of the season. Get Astound Gig Wi-Fi for just $40 a month forever. No, seriously, $40. Your price forever. No hikes, no hidden fees. Just super fast Wi-Fi that keeps up with everything you stream, shop, and share this season. And right now, you'll even get a $200 gift card. It's our biggest holiday deal, and it won't last long. Lock in your forever price today at astound.com. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Hey, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf is great, but just getting a tee time at the course you want at the time you want can be a total pain. And green fees, they're out of control. So let's talk about a golf membership. Our new partners at Golf on Any Tee, or GOAT, have created a membership program where you pick the courses and tee times you want, and your greens and cart fees are $0. Plus, it's unlimited. So book tee times on the Golf on Any Tee app and play for free all year long. Use code ESPN when getting your membership and save $400. Download today.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
Here comes the Bleck and Abdalla. Pre-game tailgate, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Bradley University.
It's Bleck and Abdalla broadcasting live from Studio A on State Street in the ABC building. And here in the studio, Abdalla, we have multiple TV monitors on, getting ready for football today in Week 12. And SportsCenter just showed Aaron Rodgers on the field.
He's taking a walk.
He was walking on the field.
It's not his foot that's hurt. So
he had a hoodie on. He had both hands inside the pockets of the hoodie. He had some headphones in.
Here's the thing.
He was walking with other individuals. So we will let you know if we see him warming up.
He's nothing but selfish. It's all about him. This is ridiculous.
Is it?
Did you read the Adam Schefter tweet about this yesterday?
Yeah.
This is all about him.
Yes.
If it was up to him, he would play. But doctors are, dude. This is what I don't understand about this. He went to the team that is most about team, right? Like, this is Mike Tomlin. Like, when you think Steelers, you think Tomlin. He is the face of the Steelers. There is no, like, obviously there's been Roethlisberger, there's been players, there's been all this kind of stuff, but it is Tomlin. And there's no one above Tomlin. If Tomlin says you're not going, you're not healthy enough, Rudolph's going. It's only Aaron Rodgers that's above this.
Well,
right?
the reporting from throughout the week was also that Aaron Rodgers in the game last week was arguing with the staff because he wanted to go back in and they wouldn't let him go back into the game.
Sit the F down.
Do you believe his wife is real?
No. Absolutely not.
What do you think's going on with that situation?
I think that it's okay. I don't
if
think
people
it's
are unaware. Okay, so to set the scene, Aaron Rodgers got married in the offseason. He mysteriously got married.
Allegedly.
He's wearing a ring. He's a married man.
One of those rubber ones, right?
Yes. Yes, it's rubber. The girlfriends and wives of Steelers players have been quoted in saying that they would like to meet her, and A, they don't even know her name, and B, have not seen her, and C, have not met her. And that was published, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
And so that has led people to believe that Aaron Rodgers isn't actually married to a real person.
Yeah. Okay, and I know that Shane Norling was talking about how it's AI, and he's talking like, I don't even think it's that.
It's AI. It's awful.
It's awful. He's talking to her. He's Joaquin Phoenix. I don't even think it's that. I don't think that he goes home and puts on like headphones and starts talking to some chatbot or something like that.
He might.
No. He might, but I don't even think it's that. I think that this dude just wanted to like win a breakup and just said, yeah, I'm married. Like, he was with someone, they broke up. He was with what's her face? Who's the actress? She like eats bark and makes her own deodorant. And
Shailene Woodley?
Thank you.
I was going to say Meryl Streep.
No.
Hannah got it first.
Meryl Streep notoriously makes her own deodorant. That Meryl Streep. Yeah, you know what I mean, though? Like I think I don't know if she's with someone else, but he clearly was just like,
I think she is.
Yeah, I'm dating someone too. And guess what? We got married. Okay, cool. Good for you. You're Facebook official or something. Like, he just wanted to win. He just showed up with a ring. Yeah, we got married. He just wanted to win the breakup. I don't think this has anything to do with technology. He's the guy that's notoriously all he does is want to live in a hut in the woods and not have a phone. You think he's talking to an AI chatbot? No disrespect to Shay, but come on, dude. He's the least technological person ever.
Yeah, except one would be led to believe, based on previous podcasting appearances from Aaron Rodgers, that he is susceptible to
I get that.
He's susceptible to conspiracy theories and things that are out there.
That's fine. You want to put bleach in your veins, whatever.
In
that's
Wacko
up to you.
Land. So I could see him being in Wacko Land, where he thinks that AI chatbots are real and that they are real in society, and that he is having a real relationship with an AI chatbot. I could see it.
He might.
I've listened to his commentary in podcast form.
But I think
I've heard the things that have come out of his mouth.
I think Occam's razor, it's more likely dude just wanted to win the breakup.
What if she's just like Amish? And
Maybe.
she just doesn't have technology, and she's not around.
Maybe she's one of these. Maybe she's an ayahuasca hut person. I don't know.
Yeah. Like, what if she lives in a different country and she's the one that runs the
hut?
the
She's a shaman.
Yeah, and she sits there with the bucket.
There you go.
And he, from both ends, because that's what happens.
Yep.
You lose all of your bodily fluids.
Well, it takes,
and she takes care of him.
Chris, you release control.
Of
That's
course,
what it is.
Sure. Rodgers, will he play? We'll try and find out at some point here in the next hours. Bleck and Abdalla, it's the pregame tailgate. We'll be back in 2.
ESPN Chicago.
When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces, you name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know you can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager, hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP. WTBC HD2. Chicago. Counting down to kickoff on the home of the Bears. This is Pregame Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla. Presented by our friends at Bradley University. Now here are your hosts Adam Abdalla and Chris Bleck.
It's Bleck and Abdalla, the pregame tailgate here on ESPN Chicago. As
What
we
the
get to,
hell?
let me set the scene.
No.
All right, Abdalla, let me set the scene.
So weird.
It's week 12. Bears, Steelers, 2 first-place teams. The Bears are 7-3. The Steelers are 6-4. We have 4 hours of pregame coverage. We're an hour away from the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne inside Gato, live from Soldier Field. If you're entering in the south end zone, you cannot miss them. They're on the Dr. Pepper patio. Stop by, say hello, bring a beer bong for Silvy. He would appreciate it.
Do it.
Get some Yingling. Get going. We also have Joniak and Thayer with the call of today's game. Jason McKee on the sidelines. We have 4 hours of post-game coverage. Bleck and Abdalla pregame tailgate brought to you by Bradley University. Big matchup. First place teams, NFC North versus the AFC North. Bears, Steelers. We have a lot of injuries to get to. But this is from Dan Graziano, who is covering the Bears Steelers game. He's on the field at Soldier Field right now. He was just on SportsCenter moments ago. And about 10 minutes ago, we mentioned that SportsCenter was showing Aaron Rodgers walking around on the field wearing a hoodie. And he was, I think he was wearing a ball cap, and he had headphones in. This is from Dan Graziano moments ago. He writes this on social media. Aaron Rodgers arrived at Soldier Field about 20 minutes ago. walked one lap around the field, flipped off a couple of cameras that were filming, and went back inside. He used his right hand to flip the bird, so unclear if he could do it with his left. Status for today is still up in the air. So that's the extent of what Aaron Rodgers was doing when he was taking laps at Soldier Field. So I don't know. Usually,
I had to check and make sure that was the real Graziano.
Usually, Silvy usually will text us because he will go out on the field and watch the players warm up before the network pregame show starts. So it is unclear at this moment whether or not we can confirm the reports that Aaron Rodgers was walking around flipping off the cameras while he was on the turf at Soldier Field about 20 minutes ago. But boy, well, welcome back to Chicago, Aaron.
What a douche. Like, seriously. And I'm glad that this can be heard throughout Soldier Field and the parking lot. Maybe he can hear this right now.
It is possible that Aaron Rodgers is somewhere inside Soldier Field listening to this.
Douche. I mean, seriously, you're flipping off cameramen. They're doing their job. That's their job. It's their literal job. You're getting paid millions of dollars.
I mean, I mean this with the most respect possible. How great would it be if he was flipping off Silvy?
Oh, that would be so good.
If Silvy was out there trying to get video and he was flipping him, like, how great would that be? Silvy needs to get to the field. We need to see it. Like, how great is this? So whether or not Aaron Rodgers plays today, we don't know.
Trying to get video.
I mean, how awesome would that be if he got the video? Bird. How great would that be?
TMZ Silvy.
So that's the latest from Soldier Field. Let's break down the injuries as well. Yesterday, the Bears made news because they announced that they placed Tremaine Edmunds and Roschon Johnson on IR. They'll both be out for at least 4 weeks. Schefter and also the NFL Network is reporting that Tremaine Edmunds is likely to miss 4 to 6 weeks. If he misses 6 weeks, that would take us all the way to Week 18, the home game against Detroit at the end of the season. So that'd be the final game of the season that possibly the Bears might be without Tremaine Edmunds, who has had a stellar season. After some complaints last year about his play, this year, Tremaine Edmunds has been outstanding this year. They flipped the spots in the linebacker core with he and TJ Edwards. And Tremaine Edmunds has been fantastic. So the fact that he might be out now for the next 6 games is a major hit to this Bears defense. Roschon Johnson can never stay healthy.
Yeah.
I don't know. This guy's, he's a special team back. Okay. He's never healthy, never available. Heading into the weekend, we knew that TJ Edwards was going to be out. Also, heading into the weekend, Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon are not playing today. So the Bears, if you look at their opening day starting lineup for defense, they're without 6 starters today on defense. This is going to be a depth game in the secondary and with the linebacker core for the Chicago Bears. Can the front 4 step up? And those who are out there, Kevin Byard, Jaquan Brisker, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Tyreek Stevenson, can those guys also step up and handle what's in front of them without the top 3 linebackers being out there today for the Chicago Bears?
Well, despite being able to flip birds that Aaron Rodgers is able to do, that apparently some cameramen have gotten, which I haven't seen it yet on ESPN. Like, if you're getting footage of this, I need to see this.
Yeah, if Graziano saw it and he said the cameras were rolling.
What is this, Fox? Like, it was CBS? It's a CBS game. Is CBS getting this?
Yeah, it's a CBS game.
I need to see this.
But there's a stand-up location because Graziano is on the field, and Courtney Cronin will be on the field too with her live hits before the game as well. So they've got cameras there.
I've seen other reporters, like Cassie Carlson has a video from Fox. She's got video.
The video she posted, he's not flipping anyone off either.
He's not flipping anybody off, so it wasn't her. So we'll see some other people.
Could you imagine if it was like the camera guy baited him? Like, hey, Rodgers. Like, hey, jackass.
You playing?
Hey, jackass. Like, he hides behind the camera. Like, how hilarious would that be?
I mean, then you kind of deserve it, but I don't think that any cameramen are not doing their jobs being
Zetterman's usually there pretty early. You think Zetterman would go to him to get the flip-off going?
Well, he's just Looper Aaron Rodgers at that point. So Rodgers might have just thought he saw himself in a mirror and it was like, whoa, what just happened? So despite being able to flip birds, Aaron Rodgers can't throw the ball down the field. So, like, not having Kyler Gordon, not having Jalen Johnson, I understand it's a problem. And not having these guys, yes, it's an issue this week. They practiced all week. They were questionable. They were full participants. I think this is more managing these guys being able to play 2 games in 5 days as the Bears will be on a short week playing the Eagles on Friday after Thanksgiving here this week. So hopefully they can and they'll be activated and they'll play on Friday. And, you know, obviously being without your linebacking core and having having Tremaine Edmonds gone for the next 4 to 6 weeks is an issue. Hopefully TJ Edwards can also come back on Friday, or you should have put him on IR a month ago if this was the case, because he's been out for 3 weeks now. This is
one would think.
And now it's not even like he's practicing and then not able to go. He's just not participating at this point. Now you're questioning conditioning. Now he's not doing anything. So now is he going to be able to ramp up? Is he going to be able to go? Hopefully he can come back and play at some point here, hopefully against the Eagles. So now, yes, your defense is going to be an issue. Aaron Rodgers can't throw the ball down the field. He's one of the worst in the NFL at throwing the ball 10 or more yards down the field. He's one of the worst at throwing the ball 5 or more yards down the field. Like, he's just not doing it at a successful rate. But he's still Aaron Rodgers. He's still a Hall of Famer. He's still going to find ways to pick you apart.
Yeah, and I think that's the important part. This season, Aaron Rodgers has not been lethal down the field.
No.
We've all seen it, though. He can certainly throw the football down the field.
Yeah.
But you have to apply pressure. And I think that's what this entire game is going to be about today. Can the Bears front four apply pressure? We have yet to see that this season. We've seen Joe Flacco stand back there and look smooth. We've seen J.J. McCarthy at times stand back there, look smooth. We've seen many quarterbacks play against this Bears defense and just have a walk in the park. Tyler Huntley, another quarterback, backup, able to do whatever he wanted. We're going to need the front four to step up today. And ideally, you got to stop the run, but you need to make Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph, whoever is starting today for the Pittsburgh Steelers, we need them to feel uncomfortable in the pocket so then they are throwing the football quicker to at least give the secondary a chance. If you don't give them a chance today, the Steelers are going to score points. I don't trust this defense at all. It's something I've been talking about all season. I get it. Their stats are bad across the board. They don't get after the quarterback. They give up yardage on the ground. They give up yardage in the air. They give up some of the most amounts of yards per play in the entire league. I think they're 30th in defensive yards per play right now. I know if you look at DVOA, their numbers probably in the mid to low 20s.
They are.
As far as DVOA units rank, as far as defense goes. They are good in one stat, takeaways.
Yep.
That's it. If they create turnovers, then all of the stuff I was just talking about doesn't matter. And they're right. Great. You and I just don't trust that turnovers happen consistently enough that you can plan for it. And I think the only way that you can do that is if you get pressure to a quarterback and you disrupt the quarterback. If you can do that, then perhaps you can luck into turnovers, or you create your own luck by creating that pressure, and thus you win the turnover battle. And if that's the case, you have a chance. But if they don't get turnovers, I don't think this defense has much of a chance.
Look, they're 7-1 when they've generated at least one turnover. What happens when they don't, though? They've lost 2 games. Like, it's simple as that. This team has been living on the edge. They've come back and won in the last minute of games, 5 games. You can't keep doing that. Eventually, and we've seen it, like you got your doors blown off by the Lions. You're the only team to lose to the Ravens without Lamar, and you've obviously have found ways to come from behind and win games. This is a Steelers team that's given up 10 sacks in the last 4 games. You can get to the quarterback. You can, whether it's Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph, they've given up sacks. You have to find ways to do it. And obviously you're missing guys. You're missing Dio Dengbo, but after game 1, he was MIA regardless. So I don't know if you're missing anything there. Austin Booker, do something. Montez Sweat, do something. Grady Jarrett's been decent. He's been able to apply pressure. Get home. So I think these guys need to find ways to not only generate turnovers, but get to the quarterback, generate some pressure, make Aaron Rodgers, if he's going to play, make him uncomfortable. If it's Mason Rudolph, make him uncomfortable. And then it's also on the offense, Find ways to score. This is a good defense. They're 10th in defensive DVOA, but you can throw on them. They're worst in the NFL in passing yards allowed per game. They're worst in the NFL in completions allowed per game, but they're third in sacks, so they can get to you fast. As long as you can get rid of the football, they pressure you a lot. I know Caleb was pressured on 67% of his dropbacks last week. This is a Steelers defense that pressures you on about 40% of your dropbacks, so regardless of who you are, they pressure you. So as long as you can get rid of the ball fast, you can throw on them, and that's something Caleb and the offense needs to do today.
Heading into the game, there are two names to keep your eyes on whether or not they'll play today. They were listed as questionable on Friday heading into the game. Jaquan Brisker with a shoulder injury. He practiced on Thursday and Friday in full. He was listed as questionable, so we'll see. I'm assuming he's going to play today. And Theo Benedette with a quad. He was limited on Thursday and Friday and listed as questionable going into the game. And some moves that were made yesterday would maybe lead you to believe that possibly, as I couch all of this, that Benedict might not play today. And maybe it's Ozzie Trapillo that could get the start at left tackle. Outside of that, the players who are hurt, we know are not playing. Tremaine Edmonds, TJ Edwards, Travis Homer, Roschon Johnson, Noah Sewell, they are all not playing. And also Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon not playing. Edmonds and Johnson are added to the IR. So Tremaine Edmonds and the report from the NFL Network saying it could be 4 to 6 weeks. Not good. And that would put the timetable at possibly returning before Week 18 against Detroit. So you're going to have to go without one of your better defenders for most of the season. And Adam mentioned it earlier, and we talked about it on Friday. TJ Edwards is now going to miss his 4th game. And the game against Philly, at that point, why wasn't TJ Edwards placed on IR if this is the case? Ben Johnson told us after Edwards had the hand surgery that they thought the hamstring wouldn't keep him out and they could club up the hand. And now he's going to miss his 4th game here. So that's also one of those decisions that, maybe it doesn't really matter that much, but this week with 3 linebackers out, you need the extra roster spot. So I'm not quite sure why it was handled that way. If TJ Edwards hasn't even been close to playing. He hasn't practiced since he's been injured. So I think that's also a major concern as well. It's Bleck and Abdalla. It's the pregame tailgate. We'll take your calls at 312-332-3776. Bears Steelers on the lakefront, week 12 of the NFL.
ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
After seeing some hoops or pucks at the UC, let the CTA be your drive home. The number 19 United Center Express bus takes you from the arena to Union Station, Ogilvie, and Michigan Avenue for just $3. If you've ever waited for a ride share at the UC, you know it's awful. Take the CTA. Buses run express for an hour after each game and will take you to Metro stops and hotels along Michigan Avenue. At under $3, you've got more money for merch or food at the game. Find the CTA Express buses right outside the stadium.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has all the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats right at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy teams synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
All right, Bleck and Abdalla, we're watching all the TV monitors of the pregame shows, and ESPN2, they have Dan Graziano's on the field at Soldier Field right now. You can see the players warming up in the background, walking on the field. And they reran the clip of Aaron Rodgers walking onto the field that we originally were talking about. And it's obvious in that clip. So in the clip that they're showing on ESPN, you do not see him flicking anyone off. But it is obvious in the clip that he's yelling at the camera people.
So he's
clearly annoyed that the camera people are out there and the cameras are on, and he is yelling at them, which is so. Has this guy never played an NFL game in his life?
First of all,
the cameras are always there that early. What is he doing?
He's a Hall of Famer. He's played in Super Bowl.
What the hell?
He's been under the brightest of lights.
In the video, we don't have audio in here, and they're not showing the audio on ESPN television.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're using it as B-roll, and that's the footage that airs when people are talking on TV.
Yeah.
But he is clearly upset and yelling at the camera people.
The footage is him walking out of one of the tunnels, and he's with someone, and they're talking. And then he's clearly looking at the camera and yelling.
And he's motioning for them to back up.
Yeah, and he's using his hand to motion, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. And then, I don't know, because we haven't, I trust Graziano's reporting that he did flick someone off, that after the camera cut away, what we don't see is that he then flipped someone off. We didn't see that because that's when the cameras cut away. But come on, man. This is what I'm talking about. This is, went to the organization that where, you can't be doing this.
But it also needs to be said that the TV cameras are not on the field. They're not on the sidelines. And they're nowhere prohibiting him from where he was walking.
No.
So it's not, it is obvious that he is upset that they're out there. But I don't understand, has he never walked on a field before a game? It's very odd.
You know how sometimes...
And you can see as he's walking with the person he was walking with, you can see him, with his right hand, kind of make the shape of, a phone being put in someone's face.
Yeah.
And so, you can clearly tell that that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
It's so strange.
I could understand it if he was walking in the bowels of Soldier Field, You know what I'm talking about?
Well, there's video footage of that. Stacey Dales has video footage of him walking into Soldier Field. He grabs his bag off the cart and he's walking past the cameras, and he's only using his right hand while he's carrying his bags.
You know how you get like the tunnel fit videos?
Yes.
If there was a cameraman like impeding his walking, and that's how like he was upset at that because the cameraman was getting too close, okay. But still, man, you're the multimillionaire. You're the professional. Be the professional. Say, hey, man, would you mind trying to walk here? Hey, I'm walking here.
It's weird.
Hey, I'm walking here.
You know that line wasn't scripted?
I do know that line.
Oh, all right. Movie facts.
What are we doing here?
I don't know.
What are we like? I don't necessarily hate people a lot. Like, I don't understand how people like. Okay, the conversation this week.
I think that's another headliner for social media. Abdalla doesn't hate people.
I don't hate people. Okay, here he is. Okay, here's the footage again.
Right, I'm going to go take a
again.
closer look.
We're getting footage on ESPN. They cut away from it. Okay, they're showing the tweet, so maybe we'll get the footage again. This whole conversation this week of people calling in and wanting his career to be ended and wanting, various Bears players to end him and end his career, to me, has been weird. I don't understand wishing bodily harm on people.
He sucks. I hope the Bears hit him.
Why? Okay, hit him.
Yeah.
I don't need it. I don't need
Knock him out of this game.
I don't need him in a body bag.
You're soft in your old age.
I'm not soft in my old age.
What happened to angry Badger Abdalla going after people? I'm not soft in my old age.
Just win the game. Win the game.
The other day, you were firing on all cylinders, yelling at all of us because you had to record a post game rap from the Illinois game. I mean, let's go.
And then I won.
Yeah, let's go.
Listen, my point is, I don't need them to put him in a body bag. I want him sulking off the field when they win. I want him to have to give a cold embrace to Caleb Williams and have a passing of the torch. I don't need the cart to come out. I don't need the sad CBS music.
I want bad play.
Yeah.
Because our front four is disrupting him.
That'd be
I
great.
want the Soldier Field crowd to be chanting Aaron Rodgers just over and over and over again to rattle him.
There's nothing funnier to me.
Aaron Rodgers over and over again.
There's nothing
Get
funnier to
after
me
him.
than him screaming at receivers and yelling MF this and F that when a receiver doesn't catch a pass. I love that. That's hilarious to me. I don't need a pound of flesh. I don't need him to get hurt. People calling in and saying that they need to Brett Favre him and have Corey Wooten come in and slam him into the turf. I don't need that. I just want him to have a terrible, no good, very bad day. That's all I want.
You just want him to have a sad day, bad day.
That's all I want. Sad day, bad day. That's all I want. That's better for me. Have him play the game. Have him have a bad day, and just beat him.
We go to Ray in Evanston. You're on ESPN 1000. Hello, Ray.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing today?
We're good, man. What do you think?
Hey, well, first Friday's show. I can never listen live. I have to listen on that. Friday's show was phenomenal. Reminded me of when you guys were at night. It was fantastic.
Thanks.
So
it actually felt like our first All Calls Welcome Friday. It really did.
It was great. Thank you, guys. It brought,
No,
memories.
thank you.
You guys need 2 hours. You guys need 2 hours again. Tell them. Damn, 2 hours for them.
Thank you, Ray.
Listen, I know we talk about a lot of things about this team, and I'm always said this year was just a year. Let's get better. If they make the playoffs, that's just you're dealing with free money in that case. I don't expect that to happen, but we're at 7 wins now. It'd be nice, but I'm always thinking about the next year, and then when I feel they'll be competitive. We talk about things not to ridicule the team, but just this is what we see. Bleck, today you're talking about the defense, and it's not good. It's just not. And they could improve on that. My thing I've been talking about all year, and I feel like the last 2 weeks it's been in the forefront more. Greg Olsen talked about it. Adam, you talked about it, is these stacks that Caleb keeps getting out of. And I pulled a stat from Next Gen, and believe it or not, there's been 26 unblocked pressures so far, and Caleb has 0 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel that's even necessarily – it's a bit on the O-line, but it's also guys just not picking it up. And I think they need to do a better job because that, in my opinion, is not sustainable. Like, Caleb should easily – I've been watching it all year. At least 10 to 15 more sacks he could easily have which would stop drives and put us back even further. So I love you guys. You know it. Just let me know what you guys think.
Thanks for the call, Ray. Appreciate you. I would say that stat that you mentioned, Nate Tice wrote about on Yahoo on Friday. We're going to talk about that coming up next because, the stat is from Next Gen Stats. The Bears have allowed 26 unblocked pressures this season. Caleb Williams hasn't taken a single sack on any of the 26 unblocked pressures. Yeah. I mean, his ability to avoid the sack on an unblocked player is incredible. No one else in the NFL can do that to this point. I don't assume that to carry on like that forever.
No.
But he has helped out and bailed out this offensive line many times. And Nate Tice writes about a couple of things. A lot of people point to the completion rate, and a lot of people point to Caleb holding on to the ball. If you have an opinion on both of those things with this quarterback, some of the smarter people writing about the NFL are starting to point to you might be in the wrong camp of thinking that those things are issues because he's actually doing exactly what he's being asked of within this offense right now. We'll also hear from Tom Waddle. He has thoughts on the development of Caleb Williams. That's all coming up next.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
This holiday season, lock in something that lasts. Astound Wi-Fi, starting at just $19.95 a month, forever. Not a temporary rate, no hidden fees, just your price forever. Check off one more thing off your to-do list this season and stop stressing about your internet. Fast, reliable Wi-Fi for every device, every holiday, every year. All for $19.95 a month. But don't wait. Visit astound.com today to sign up. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Any coach will tell you games are won in the preparation phase. If you're not ready before kickoff, it's too late. The same's true in cybersecurity. That's why companies choose my friends at Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they don't just respond to attacks, they stop them before they begin. For over 35 years, enterprises worldwide have trusted Trend Micro to prepare, protect, and perform. Don't wait for the whistle. Get secure now at trendmicro.com. That's trendmicro.com.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Lids is your home for the best NBA gear this holiday season. From New Era and Mitchell & Ness, get the latest caps, jerseys, and tees, including the NBA City Edition collection. Shopping for yourself or someone else? Stop by the Custom Zone to add a personal touch. Text NBA to 29017 to sign up for text messaging and receive a coupon for 20% off your next in-store headwear or apparel purchase. Exclusions and message and data rates apply. See a Lids teammate for details.
It's that time again, folks. The holidays are here, and if your partner's asking what to get you, make it easy for them. Tell them to add Manscaped to the list this year. From beard hedger to lawnmower trimmer, Manscaped keeps you clean, confident, and ready for every holiday gathering. These aren't just gifts. Trust me. They're smart upgrades for your daily routine. So this season, give the gift of grooming and confidence that lasts long after wrapping is gone. Take advantage of Target's Black Friday deals and get 25% off all power shavers. Hurry up, though. Offer ends November 30th.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. And the countdown to kickoff is on. This is Pre-Game Tailgate with Chris Bleck and Adam Abdalla, brought to you by Bradley University.
Bears Steelers on the lakefront. Should be a perfect day for football here in November. The Bears are 7-3, the Steelers 6-4. First place matchup of the NFC North and the AFC North. Two legendary teams in the NFL facing off. The Bears without a lot of players on defense. We'll see if the defense can step up today. We're going to point to the offense, though, because if Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson and this offense can score points, it will give them a chance today against the Steelers. Tom Waddle earlier this week broke down Caleb Williams' play against Minnesota and his development to this point this season. Take a listen.
He's not making catastrophic mistakes. There's no boom goes the dynamite mistakes generally because he takes care of the football. He may miss some throws here or there. But I don't think he is carelessly just ejecting the pocket and trying to do everything on his own. I think legitimately yesterday was a difficult day for their offensive line. There was some pressure. I think, again, there are some things that you can clean up with him. There's no doubt. I think he's doing a better job with checkdowns. I said this to you guys in the office today as well. I don't think the tipped passes have been a problem the way they were earlier in the year. When you're 6'1", you've got to find a way to maneuver in the pocket to try to get the ball off before it gets tipped. On a couple of occasions, he threw a little sidearm shot to Smythe in the middle of the field on a little check down throw to the tight end. The receiver screen to Luther Burden was also one where he had to get it around a defensive lineman. I can't recall in the last two games that he's had a ball tipped. So he's making improvements there. He's making improvements with checkdowns. His deep ball accuracy isn't great. He did not get helped by his receivers at times as well because there were a couple of drops, especially over the middle of the field. As I said, I think that the best thing I can say is when he has a game that most would classify as not a great day, quote unquote, he's still keeping you in the game because he will make plays and he takes care of the football. They had 0 turnovers yesterday. Anytime you go on the road in a hostile environment, have 0 turnovers and 2 takeaways, you're going to be in the game. So he's taking care of the football. Needs to improve, but I think he's seeing the game more clearly, and I think that everything is slowing down for him. I really do. I'm not telling you he's a finished product because he's not, but I'm comfortable with the progress I see from the kid right now.
So that was Tom Waddle earlier this week breaking down Caleb's play against the Vikings. You can listen to Tom with Silvy and Dionne coming up in 23 minutes right here on ESPN Chicago. That was a really good breakdown by Waddle. I agree with his assessment on everything he's seeing on tape from Caleb Williams. I think it's starting to slow down for him. I think that there are plays there that need to be made, and hopefully eventually they will be made. But he is also doing things that other young quarterbacks are not necessarily doing at this point. And I think, Adam, that leads us to a weird back and forth that's been taking place in the media in regards to the play of Caleb Williams. Someone who knows ball like Waddle can give you a great assessment and breakdown on what he's seeing from Caleb Williams, and it's positive. And there's steps moving forward in the development. And then there are people from the outside, the national media perhaps, or those who just are painting with a narrative that maybe was true last season, who are not necessarily consuming the games on a week-to-week basis, who are suggesting otherwise. This week, Mike Sando in The Athletic wrote a piece where there was an opposing defensive coach quoted in the piece, not named, but quoted, by saying that Caleb doesn't play on time and he is an uncontrollable player for a coach. He's an uncontrollable player. And that quote was picked up by multiple different media outlets to then showcase on television shows that Caleb Williams is an uncontrollable player for a coach. Now, if you listen to Tom Waddle or you listen to our show, weekdays 2 to 3 here on ESPN Chicago, or anyone on this radio station. I'll say there are a lot of ball knowers on this radio station.
Ball knowers.
I'm not picking up on Caleb being an uncontrollable player for a coach. Then you also have Diana Rossini in The Athletic this week writing that there's a GM in the league who told her that Caleb is not a fit with Ben Johnson. I've been watching games all season. It seems like they're a pretty good fit right now. Seems like things are developing. Seems like things are going in the right direction.
7-3, and they're top of their division.
And Bears fans, I think that's where you also have to be aware of who you're consuming your football content from, and who, like, unnamed sources and what they're saying and what they really are kind of leading to. There might be a lot of people who just don't like Caleb Williams as a person. And so then we get to Friday. Nate Tice on Yahoo Sports writes a column, and the column is titled, "The Bears offense is humming under Ben Johnson, and it's thanks to more than just Caleb Williams' development." And essentially, this column talks about Caleb, the offensive line, Ben Johnson as a play caller, and all of the elements that goes into the Bears offense. And it points out a ton of different things. There are stats loaded into this. There are clips of plays to go along with the paragraphs talking about Caleb Williams, his development, his play. And there are two paragraphs, I think, specifically that Bears fans need to be aware of. One is a paragraph talking about Caleb Williams and his completion rate. Most people who don't like Caleb will point to his completion rate, which is right around 60. It's like 59% right now. It's dropped below 60. You know, Ben Johnson before the season wanted him to pass at a 70% clip. He's not going to get there this season. It's not going to happen.
No.
So here's the paragraph from Nate Tice on Yahoo Sports from Friday. There are some qualms with Williams' completion rate, and that's the design of this offense. There aren't a ton of gimmies in it. Sure, screen passes are sprinkled in, but the entire plane isn't built out of quick hitters and bubbles and flat routes. Ben Johnson is comfortable making one 20-yard game that they hit half the time, opposed to stacking together multiple 4- and 6-yard games in a row. Williams is finding plays and structure while creating moments with free-running defenders missing in the pocket coming after him. And then he quotes the stat from Next Gen Stats that we talked about with Ray, our last caller, that the Next Gen stat, the Bears have allowed 26 unblocked pressures this season, and Williams hasn't taken a single sack on any of those 26 unblocked pressures. So Nate Tice points out, and he has the video clips to match it, that if you want to bag on Williams for his completion rate, you may not know ball, because Ben Johnson isn't asking him to just take gimmies. He is asking Caleb to push the football down the field, because it is more important in this offense to get an explosive play than to get 3 small little dink and dunk plays, which would then elevate your completion percentage. And it's essentially what quarterbacks like Bo Nix have made their living on to this point this season. And then the second paragraph I'd point out is there is a paragraph about the narrative around Williams holding on to the ball too long. When we take callers, it's completion percentage, and it's he holds on to the ball too long, right? That's why Caleb Williams is no good. Here's the paragraph from Nate Tice. There's a narrative that Williams holds on to the ball too long, and that is simply unfounded. The offensive plays are designed for him to hold the ball long, which makes sense. It takes longer to attack downfield, especially for an offense that uses a high rate of under-center play action. Williams also enters creation mode for good reason, whether making free runners miss or because a receiver doesn't pop open. While Williams has the highest time to throw in the NFL this season, he's also getting knocked down or hit/sacked only 6.4% of his dropbacks, the lowest rate in the NFL this year, and the 5th lowest rate by an offense since 2019, and that's the farthest that the True Media's knockdown data goes back. So if you think Caleb is holding on to the ball too long, you're wrong. He's not, because the plays that Ben Johnson he's calling in this offense require a quarterback to hold on to the ball to allow the receivers to run the longer routes. And Caleb isn't getting hit or knocked down, and he's doing it by the fewest amount of hits since 2019.
Yeah.
So essentially, the two narratives that people spread to why Caleb is not developing, Nate Tice points out in his article on Friday, are completely wrong.
Well, that's the thing. I think the biggest criticism for Caleb so far has been when people call in and they complain about his completion percentage. And when we come in on Mondays and people are complaining about a win, they're, they had to come from behind again. And yeah, sure. When we look at it, as far as they're going to go this season, and you want to say, hey, are they going to get to the NFC Championship game? Well, probably not, okay? But as of right now, when you're looking at goals for the season, is Caleb getting better? Yes. Is the offense getting better? Yeah. They're one of the best offenses in the NFL. They're the best explosive offense in the NFL. And it's stuff like this. They're messing with defenses and putting defenses to the test every single play and gassing them. And that's what leads to stuff that happens like this in the fourth quarter. When you get the ball back with a minute and a half, and we've seen drives in the fourth quarter that can go 5 minutes and 6 minutes and 7 minutes in the fourth quarter when they have the ball, and they can do that because in the first quarter and in the second quarter and in the third quarter, they're just taking shots and taking shots and taking shots, and eventually something will open up. And, you know, when you see a play like last week, right? What happened in the game? They went to DJ, and he drops a ball. And you're like, oh, my God, DJ. It went right into your hands and then right into your stomach and then right into and you dropped it. The next play went right to Loveland, and he went for 15 yards and got the first down. It was another explosive play, followed by another explosive play. And they just keep putting pressure on defenses by going to more and more and more explosive plays. And that is going to lead to more and more pressure on a defense. And yeah, Caleb can take his checkdowns, but some of the times his checkdowns are also not helping him out by dropping the football. And that's frustrating too. And again, the layups aren't there, and that is also frustrating. And yeah, it's going to lead to some frustration in the second and third quarters that we've seen.
We'll continue the Caleb conversation per Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network. Aaron Rodgers will not play this week.
Oh.
So Mason Rudolph, per the NFL Network, will be starting today against the Chicago Bears. This is the tweet from Ian Rappaport. Aaron Rodgers has been pushing to play against the Bears, but in the end, it was too quick. Per me and Tom Pelissero, Rodgers should play next week, but the turnaround was just too quick. Mason Rudolph will start today against the Bears. So that's the latest information. Aaron Rodgers was salty on the field earlier, trying to flip off the cameras. He will not be playing today. I think Bears fans should still mock him relentlessly on the sideline.
Bad day. Look at you. You got out on the wrong side of the bed, and now you're all mad because Tomlin said you can't play.
So Aaron Rodgers will not play today per the NFL Network, and the Bears host the Steelers coming up at noon at Soldier Field here on ESPN Chicago. Yeah, and I think that all goes into the conversation about Caleb Williams. I do want to play one more thing that I thought was interesting, a part of this Caleb Williams conversation. There has been conversation about Caleb going down the field and maybe not giving his receivers enough of a chance, right? Should Caleb throw more 50-50 balls? Is he too careful? He was asked this week at House Hall whether or not he likes 50-50 balls. Ben Johnson mentioned to the media this week he does not like 50-50 balls, so it's coming from the head coach. This is what Caleb had to say in regards to 50-50 balls. Take a listen to the quarterback.
I'm not a 50-50 guy either. That's never been my thing. You don't want to give the defenders or anybody that type of percentage. You work your tail off. You do all these different things to try and hit and gel and mesh at the right time, at the right play. And that starts with O-line, and it starts with me delivering a good ball, play actions, or the receivers running a good route and making it more of a higher percentage. But 50-50 balls are not, they've never been, kind of my thing, unless obviously it's fourth down or, whatever, desperation time. But other than that, we work on higher percentages. That's why we got the coaches we got the players we drafted and got, and, all these different things to be able to make these plays not 50-50 chances and instead make them, high percentage in our favor.
And I thought that was interesting from Caleb because this entire conversation started with audio from Tom Waddle talking about the reason why the Bears are in these games and the reason why Caleb is progressing is because he does not turn the football over, and that's by design. Caleb's aware of that. He is intentionally not putting the football in harm's way, which is a skill. Some could argue that he's not throwing it up enough, but if the head coach is telling him not to throw 50-50 ball situations and let the wide receiver fight for it, and Caleb doesn't want to do that, his words saying he's never been that type of quarterback, I feel like a lot of these critiques and criticism towards Caleb, it kind of fits into place when you kind of hear the information from a smart football person like Nate Tice, right, that by design in the offense, he should hold on to the ball a little bit longer. By design of the offense, he's pushing the football downfield. By design of the offense, he's not throwing it up for 50-50 balls. And then you hear Waddle break it down saying that that's what he's seeing on tape.
Yeah.
I think we're in a good spot with Caleb.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you can say that Caleb in the offense is doing a great job and they're playing well, but the fact of the matter is, too, that they are in these positions because the defense is turning the other quarterback over. And last week, J.J. McCarthy threw interception after interception, and that's what kept the Bears in the game.
Aaron Rodgers will not play today. He's expected to be inactive per Adam Schefter. The NFL Network also reporting Aaron Rodgers will not play. Mason Rudolph will start today against the Bears. More coverage coming up next.
Chicago Bears pregame.
A 1 hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck and Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest, Bleck and Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Yingling.
It's Bears and Steelers, live from Soldier Field. Tuning at noon, this is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
A world-class entertainer.
I try sexting. That's what I try to do,
He's Cedric the Entertainer.
I'm on sex. I'm on my way home one day. I'm like, hey, girl, Daddy about to pull up. You know what I'm saying? I might want to ... She gonna text me back, pick up some bread.
Friday, December 5th, the venue at Horseshoe Casino. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Cedric the Entertainer.
Just get some damn bread, really?
Play smart. Must be 21 or older to gamble or attend events.
Hey, Joe here from Fry the Coop. Around here, we like to keep things simple and honest. At Fry the Coop, we fry all our chicken and fries in beef fat. Why? I thought you'd never ask. First off, it's delicious. Secondly, it's 0% seed oils, unlike those other guys. And lastly, you heard me say it's delicious, right? At Fry the Coop, we only serve happiness, one sandwich at a time.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. ComEd wants to help you manage your energy usage and save using the ComEd app. With the app, you can better understand how much energy you're using and when, so you're able to manage it more efficiently and stay in control right from your phone. Anytime, anywhere, so make your life easier and save with the added control and convenience of the ComEd app. Download the app today at ComEd.com/app.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future, own it.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Gear up for this festive time of year with incredible digital deals through the Jewel Osco For You app. Save big on everything from premium produce and salty snacks to tasty beverages and more. Download the app today and get set to score more savings.
This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. And the countdown to kickoff is on. This is Pre-Game Tailgate with Chris Bleck and Adam Abdalla, brought to you by Bradley University.
We're 5 minutes away from the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne inside Gate O, live from Soldier Field, broadcasting on the Dr. Pepper patio. Go say hello, tailgate with them, hang out before you go to your seats. If you're entering the south end zone, you cannot miss them. They are on the stage right there, right before you walk up the stairs to go to the seating bowl. Stop by. They will be on the air for the next 2 hours here on ESPN Chicago. We'll have the call of today's game with Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer. On today's call, as always, here on ESPN Chicago, Jason McKee will be working the sidelines and he'll have post-game interviews from inside the locker room. And then we will have 4 hours of post-game coverage. Peggy and Yurko right after the game. And then after 2 hours of post-game coverage, you'll get Jeff, you'll get Pat, and you'll get Jason getting it all broken down later on this afternoon into the evening. Bears coverage all day long. I think what we were talking with Carmen about this the other day. It's about 12 hours of coverage.
Yeah.
Well, over 12 hours of Bears coverage live here on ESPN Chicago for every Bears game day. And that includes next Friday. Black Friday, the Bears will be playing in the afternoon against the Philadelphia Eagles. We will have full programming on Friday to get you set for Bears-Eagles as well, right here on ESPN Chicago. Bears 7-3, Steelers 6-4. The line in this game has moved since the news of Aaron Rodgers not playing today. It is Bears favorite by 3 at the moment. I'm seeing that on DraftKings. Abdalla, in this matchup, what do you think happens today at Soldier Field?
I don't know if much changes between Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph. Maybe he's a little bit more mobile, so you need to get to him a little bit faster and pressure him and maybe keep him inside the pocket. I think the Bears can still win this football game. I think that they win this game. I'm going to go 27-24. 27-24.
I'm glad you waited until the very end of the show to figure out this.
Well, it changed because Mason Rudolph is starting. I thought Aaron Rodgers was going to play.
Honestly, I don't think it's any difference. I'm very concerned about this defense. 30th in yards per play.
Mm-hmm.
The secondary banged up. You don't have your top 3 linebackers. I don't trust that the front 4 can actually get to Mason Rudolph and disrupt him. And I think today there's going to be a lot of points put out there on Soldier Field. A beautiful day on the lakefront. I have Pittsburgh winning this game 34-33. I think it's going to be a shootout. I think both teams get over 30 points, and I think Pittsburgh wins this game.
Oh, no. Sad day.
Sad day. Coming up next, hopefully I am wrong. I would love to see the Bears get to 8 wins. We have the network pregame show starting up next.
The new home of the Bears.
This holiday season, don't let aches and injuries keep you on the bench. Illinois Bone and Joint Institute helps you move better so you can live better. From state-of-the-art imaging to convenient rehab locations. And with 14 Ortho Access immediate care facilities, you can get same-day orthopedic treatment close to home. Score the care you deserve. Visit ibji.com for locations and services. And keep moving this season.
You wouldn't hire an electrician to read a radio ad. Service Construction of Illinois. I think this wire's bad. You wouldn't hire the deck pro either.
Service Construction of Illinois. Now, I would layer that with a few coats to make it smooth.
You see, I, a professional announcer, can barely change a light bulb, but I can tell you with a soothing voice that Service Construction of Illinois has the craftsmen, contractors, and specialists to do it all. Whether it's a small job or complete renovation, start at serviceconstruction.net.
At Bank of America, we asked our teammates, what makes this company a great place to work?
There's very little that you can't accomplish working for Bank of America.
If you prove yourself, you can try over in a totally new way.
You can learn so much here. You're the owner of your career.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
It's week 12, but this season is just getting started.
We're just getting warmed up, just getting started.
What a ride it's been for the Chicago Bears. Twists, turns, comebacks. We've never witnessed such a barrage of plot twists.
My tummy's up and up. I've never felt like this before.
From what I'm told, this skirmish at Soldier today, the hottest ticket of the season. Well, it should be. The Windy City welcomes the Steel City, gritty kings of their respective norths, forged in fire and frost. The 12th man, 62,000 strong, will be needed today because the number 12 carries weight in this town. A tale of old ghosts in green and gold, and a new chapter being scripted in black and yellow. Aaron Rodgers, now a Steeler.
You don't own me.
And the Bears, they're the landlords, with his eviction notice ready.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
But it seems we won't get the chance to face the old boy today. Mason Rudolph is the opposing QB today, a calm, under-pressure backup who once led the Steel City sleigh into January.
Run, Rudolph! Santa's gotta make it to town!
This isn't just a game, it's a throwback. Monsters of the Midway meet the Steel Curtain. Butkus and Mean Joe, Iron Mike and Madman Jack. Old school football reborn. And on the sidelines, the not-so-gentle Ben Johnson versus the preacher, Mike Tomlin. Toughness demanded, toughness expected.
You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger.
So who bends? Who breaks? Brace yourselves.
All right, everyone, gird your loins.
High noon approaches. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Bears and Steelers on the Lakefront. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
The Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, the Advantage Dealer Group, and Dr. Pepper. This is Bears football on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the goal.
Now, the Bears Pre-Game Show, live on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. Please welcome Tom Waddle, Dionne Meller, and Mark Silverman.
The Bears have made their mark, stealing wins in Pittsburgh in town, and Aaron Rodgers is out. That is right, you heard it from Jeff Joniak. Mason Rudolph gets the start. That news just coming down. Rodgers wanted to play, but in the end, the doctors went out, and they just feel that it was unsafe for him to go today. Word was he did a lap around Soldier Field, according to ESPN's Dan Graziano. He flipped off a few cameras and went back into the locker room.
That's the Aaron Rodgers I know.
And so he sits, and Waddle, as you pointed out, the Bears have gotten the backups of the AFC North.
Yeah, if I told you when the season began that you'd go into Baltimore and face Hundley, and then you'd go to Cincinnati and face Flacco, and then you'd come home against the Steelers and you'd face Rudolph, what would you say? But I said it last week, when the football gods serve you a huge helping of good fortune, you eat, and then you eat and you eat some more. So, look, I think the sobering reality, though, for some Steelers fans is that the difference between this version of Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph isn't as significant as maybe one would think. In fact, if you put the tape on of their game last week against the Bengals, I thought that Rudolph was actually more impressive in the time he was in. They're more likely to push the ball downfield. But I will say this, D, that where you will miss Aaron Rodgers if you're a Steelers fan is when he's facing three backup linebackers, I would trust Aaron Rodgers more than I would trust Mason Rudolph. So that's where I think not having Aaron Rodgers under center is most beneficial for the Bears.
I'm genuinely disappointed at first glance. Genuinely disappointed. I really wanted them to have that chance to face Aaron Rodgers today. However, now the goal is to try to just get to win number 8, whatever that looks like, and with, like you said, a linebacking core that is new. I'm literally Googling names, Tom Waddle.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm
either.
trying to, that's where we're at. They put Tremaine Edmonds on IR yesterday. We knew that groin injury was at least going to keep him out this week, but now to have him on IR, TJ Edwards is not ready to come back. Noah Sewell is out right now. I mean, they are really depleted here. This is where Dennis Allen is really going to be challenged. No matter who the Steelers quarterback is, this is where he has to bring that depth up to speed very quickly to be effective.
And this is where you also hope for an offensive game. And I don't mean like one that makes you hold your nose. I mean one where Caleb Williams and friends hang a big number on the Steelers. This is one of those games where you walk into the locker room on Friday and say, fellas, thanks for the gifts. You've given us the ball 22 times, mostly in good territory, in good field position. We got your backs. I think that was the approach against the Cowboys weeks ago.
Yes.
I think this is the game, another one of those games where your offense, where your quarterback was the first pick of the draft and your coach was given $13 million and your line has been bolstered and all of the resources you've pushed into the offensive side of the football, this is a day where that has to pay off.
And the offense has been a little static, too,
Yeah.
where the last couple of games they have not delivered. And one other note, though, real quick, Dionne, on the backup quarterbacks that you pointed out. Remember, Snoop Huntley played like a good backup.
He did
exactly what they needed. The Bears weren't up to the task that game offensively, so they won. Joe Flacco played better than good.
Yeah.
Joe Flacco played as well as Joe Burrow can play on any day. They scored a boatload of points, and in the end, the Bears had to outscore them, and thankfully for the Colston Loveland catch and score. And so, like you were saying with Mason Rudolph, whoever they're lining up there, do not take them lightly.
No.
They are capable. He's got a lot of starts under his belt. And go out and win, because this is about you guys. It's about the Bears when I say that.
And this is a good chance for Caleb and his wide receivers to really put some good connections together. That's been missing, that inaccuracy that's been there over the last couple of games, because the Steelers give up more passing yards than anybody else. So now is a chance to really attack that and feel confident in it. And I think for Caleb there was some internal motivation because he is such an Aaron Rodgers fan, but Aaron will be here. Aaron will be watching, and I think Caleb will want to have a great game for that.
Yeah, I think that the conditions are also very ripe for them going out having a big day. If you can protect, you can get the best of this secondary. They give up 262 yards per game through the air, and the Bears' offensive line has protected. And Ben has done a really good job helping that offensive line at times. And Caleb has done a great job of helping himself. So forgive me for putting the cart before the horse. I'm already checking to see who the Eagles' backup quarterback is. We're on a short week. They play on Friday, so I'll have that answer for you before we get out of here today.
It's really amazing. But I think what you guys circled with this offense, this is what they need. And it will be interesting, Dionne, what you said about Dennis Allen, how they piece this.
My gosh,
like,
right.
Will they play guys like backup linebackers and just say next man up? Will they give you a hybrid defense where they just get their best players on the field? Have we gotten news yet? Well, we did get news over the weekend about Jalen and Gordon.
Yes,
they will wait one more week to play, so we know those guys aren't going to be helping with a deeper defensive backfield. So how do they piece this together?
Oh my gosh, that's the $1 million question. Like, wouldn't you want to love all the times they've taken notes and like, who could we put here and how can we do it? I think they're gonna really put a lot of trust in some of their younger guys. That's what they're gonna have to do. They have Amen Agbagbamiga is gonna be out there.
Well, really good.
And
yes.
thank you. Yeah. And then Ruben Hippolyte. Now Ruben Hippolyte had a great preseason, remember, and everyone was talking about he's got so much natural speed to him. I think he's pretty motivated as well for this opportunity. He's gotten to kind of watch what Tremaine has done and TJ and kind of learning how to be a pro. This is a real chance for him to step up.
Yeah, listen, it's next man up. And if you're one of the guys who has been bouncing around the National Football League from roster to roster and really never found your solid place, this could be an opportunity for one of those guys. So step up, next man up. It will be very, very interesting how they defend Mason Rudolph. It was my understanding that, or it was my speculation that if it was Rodgers, you come after him, and any hint of pressure, he's very quick to want to get rid of the football because he doesn't want to get hit. Mason Rudolph's 6'6" and 240. Like, he's not, while Rodgers isn't mobile, this guy's not going to tuck and run on you. So he's going to be kind of a sitting duck, so to speak, in the pocket. So maybe pressure him and see if you can force him into some mistakes, but I just think you got to hold on, and hopefully your offense scores one more point than the Steelers score.
How surprised were you guys that not only was Tremaine Edmonds out, but he was put on the injured reserve? He finished the entire game.
He played every snap.
Yeah. And I think somebody told us during the week, Waddle, maybe it was you who said it to me. Like, you could kind of notice towards the end of the game
there was a play
that he did something and he played through it. But now, like, this is. And they've had their issues with groin injuries with Jalen Johnson, and so now Edmonds is out a minimum of 4 games.
Well, and if you look at the opponents that they're going to be facing going forward, you get the Eagles on Friday. Obviously, they're very creative. They use their tight ends. Barkley is obviously a threat every time he touches the football. You're going to get the Green Bay Packers as well. They use their tight ends quite a bit. They use Josh Jacobs in the running game and the passing game. So a player like Edmonds is really, really important against some of these better offenses and some of these offenses that really get their running backs more involved. So this, to me, is a huge loss. I was not expecting him to go on injured reserve.
I wasn't either. I was very surprised by that. But they must have known that it was bad. Him missing practice and then being ruled out, I was like, okay, 1 week, I thought maybe that would do it. And then he and TJ would hopefully start to come together again. They never put Edwards on IR. Today's his 3rd game missed. If he's not able to go on Friday, maybe that was something they should have thought about doing as well. Yeah, it could have been a mistake. So I don't know. I find this to be incredibly significant as well, Tom. I think losing Edmonds, who second in the league in interceptions right now, has been having a fantastic season all the way through. It's just a big loss, and it's a big hole to fill with guys who don't play very often.
He's been a Pro Bowl caliber player this year.
Yeah, so, absolutely.
I think Nahshon Wright's a good example of next man up mentality. This is a guy who had never really been given a chance, didn't have a lot of reps during regular season games. He's had to step in for Jalen Johnson all season, and while he hasn't been perfect, the way he has gotten the turnovers and that interception last week and the story behind it, Dionne, I know how much you love stories like these.
Yeah.
Like, unfortunately, this is a tragic story because of the shooting death of his junior college head coach who passed away, someone who was just here about 6 weeks ago, and they were walking the night before up and down Michigan Avenue. He was a father figure to Wright. Wright is a kid who lost his father at a younger age, and he had such a strong relationship with his coach. He broke down after he made that interception, but the good part about it is the way he has taken the opportunity and he has run.
He has, and I did a little bit of research this week more on John Beam and how that his loss is still, that community is still just devastated, just the impact he had on so many young men. But to see Nahshon really say, I feel like I have an angel around me, and just like the emotions that he was dealing with and how he was able to rise to the occasion in that moment, that interception, it was just like so touching for him. But you're right, he's really embraced the opportunity that he's had, taken it 1 week at a time, done what has been asked of him, and done it at a high level. I think that's worth celebrating.
And this is how guys establish their careers. You might bounce around. You may find yourself in a less than optimal situation. You may be 4th or 5th on the depth chart, and then you get a break. So this is an opportunity, and Nahshon Wright is a great example of it. There was an injury. He got an opportunity to step in. And now it looks like he'll be part of this organization for, some time.
Nobody knows better than you.
Right.
You were on the practice squad and got cut. What was it? Did you get cut three or four times?
4 times. Listen,
Wow.
I ended up playing the opening game of the 91 season against the Vikings only because we had an injury earlier in the week. Otherwise, I would not have been active. So every time your number is called, it is an opportunity to go out there and live your dream and try to find your way and establish your career.
It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Bears Radio Network. Find your next Chevy, Acura, or Toyota and drive off in under 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. How's your car from the Advantage Dealer Group?
Amazing. I feel so cool when I drive that car. More cooler than I probably should.
Well, no, but you're
cool
no
to
matter.
begin with.
Yes, I mean, but yes, now it's to the next degree.
Yes,
and the Dr. Pepper hotline is open, 312-332-3776. One-of-a-kind fans won legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper, bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. I did a video on social media, too. You can't miss us. Gato is just down the way here, and then you turn around, and then here's the Dr. Pepper patio. That's where you can find us. But call us right now. No Rodgers. He is out. We'll also see if the Bears need another left tackle today, something that we got to get after. Let's talk about the offense. The phone number to reach us, 312-332-3776. Keep that handy for halftime as well. Last week we had a lot of calls, but they came in late. If you want to get on, we have a short time. It's like a 2-minute drill. So make sure you get on just before halftime. You call in with a point that you want to make. All right, we'll talk about the offensive line and the offense coming up next. We're live at Soldier Field. It's Bears and Steelers on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
ESPN Chicago.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Ask Arrakis Group in Bartlett if Auto Owners make sense for you.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit AureliosPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
At Bell Tire, it's our biggest sale of the year. A Black Friday sale so massive, it won't fit on just Friday. Starting Thursday the 27th and going all the way through Tuesday, December 2nd, you can save up to $350 on all tires and get 24 months promotional financing on purchases of $2,000 or more with the Bell Tire credit card. Save up to $350 Thursday through Tuesday, only at Bell Tire. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See belltire.com for details.
Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey, Jan from Toyota here, reminding you Toyota-thon is on. Make your holiday wishes come true with a new Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. All right, let's sing it together this time. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyota-thon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and this season, they're teaming up with Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Every time the Bears defense causes a false start at home, Steinhoffels donates $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels, now with 7 locations, has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses, all styles, every budget, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
$1.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Hey, this is Yurko. You all know I played professional football and I've been on the radio for many years. I've had the chance to endorse a lot of products and companies, but I've always believed in only backing the ones I truly trust. And now I get to endorse a company owned by close friends, the Verdoliak Law Group. They've been helping people for over 60 years, even some of my friends and neighbors. Just like choosing an experienced doctor, you want skilled lawyers by your side. With $9 billion recovered and 40,000 clients served, they're proven experts in personal injury, accidents, wrongful death, and more. Call my friends at 8444-VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group will do great for you, too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown, Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Sync us up with your TV on the ESPN Chicago app.
Back on the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show from Soldier Field, a balmy Soldier Field.
It's so nice.
For the week of
Says the man with gloves on right now.
I know, right? And a winter coat.
I am soft. I was inside that beautiful stadium last week in Minnesota. I do enjoy taking a jacket off when I walk inside a building.
Do you have long underwear on as well?
I do.
You do?
It's going to be 55 degrees.
Dude, I know.
I'm cold and I'm soft. I have no problem admitting that.
Oh, I'm not.
Listen, the first step.
I can't stand the cold weather either, but like this is a gift from above.
This is pleasant. Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be beautiful out there. I don't think I think it's going to be light winds too.
Yes, very calm.
By the way, we want to thank Lettuce Entertain You. And someone was just telling me who works at Lettuce Entertain You that we need to try Crying Tiger. And coincidentally, they're providing the food. It's one of their new restaurants. Nice. Chicago, upgrade your dinner game at Crying Tiger, River North's hottest new spot. Bold Southeast Asian flavors, killer cocktails. Chef Tai Dang brings the winning flavor. Reservations roll out 30 days in advance, and the bar is first come, first serve. So grab a seat, book ahead to toast your next big win. You can do that on the Lettuce app and get your reservations, and it's smart to plan ahead, especially at a hot spot like this. So the Soldier Field is a hot spot. I can just feel it. Waddle, we were out during the week. There is Bears fans. They always travel. Bears fans are always excited. But there is a difference. There was a difference today for a late November game, for the excitement, tailgating. There was a difference when we were out in Westmont this week with Bears fans. They feel how good and fun this season has been.
It's been beautiful. And it's not just a record. It's how they've won.
Yes.
Because we've spent so many years, Dee, expecting bad things to happen. And now you sit, whether you're in your seat at Soldier Field or you're on your couch at home, and in crunch time, you're now expecting them to make a play to help get them over the finish line because this is who they've been in 2025. You know, look, I think they're probably, I said this on our show earlier in the week, I didn't have them at 7-3 at the 10-game mark. I think they're probably a little ahead record-wise at this point, but they are right on track for being a team that can sustain this type of winning. Like, the better coach.
Yes.
They're learning how to win. You know, they're getting better habits. The quarterback is making progress. Like, wherever this goes, I'm just going to ride this. I called myself a euphoric realist. I know what I'm watching. I'm going to ride this. I'm going to enjoy this. But I sit back at the end of most of these games and with just a heavy sigh and go, guys, we're pointed in the right direction for years to come.
It's that they're in such good hands that makes it feel so much more sustainable than what we felt in the past. I don't think this feels like a one-time like they're in first place and then they're going to have like 4 losing seasons to follow. Like that just is not how this feels. It feels like they're doing it the right way. And I think that starts with Ben Johnson. Like, I am just so remarkably impressed with him. There was, and Silvy and I were talking about this promo that CBS Sports did for this game that is on CBS today, for this game. And I have watched it probably 7 times. And they took from the moment he was introduced and what he talked about at that podium is what they're doing. Like, do you know how far that goes with a locker room when you say something and then that is exactly how you implement it, and you say what you mean and you do what you say, and they're all bought in? Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I watched it yesterday with Peggy and I wanted to run through a brick wall. Like, I was like, it's so encouraging to see how far they've come under Ben Johnson.
Well, you hit it on the head there, Dionne. When you say it's one thing to stand at a podium and tell them what you represent, and then nothing ever happens.
Right.
But when I always remember this, Ben Johnson, in this clip was spliced in this CBS piece, when Ben Johnson walked into Hallis Hall, the way he came into the big atrium, and all the workers who work behind the scenes with the Bears were there to greet him, and he had command.
Yeah.
And it's like, a lot of people are like, all right, guys, relax.
I know.
It's just his introductory press conference when he's meeting it. And he says, get back to work. Yeah. Jokingly, but we know he stands for work. Right. Waddle, when we were at the Combine, no block, no rock. What's the run game doing? How has that evolved since the Raiders game? The way DeAndre Swift is hitting the hole harder, the way the wide receivers are blocking, the way he has command of that locker room. In good times and bad times, he's got a look on his face, even after a win in Minnesota. We got to clean this up. But I could coach it when we're winning.
Of course.
So it's the best of both worlds. I mean, you just can't, like you said, you get giddy thinking about this finally.
Look, I got to be honest. I'm not really surprised that we feel this way about him. This is kind of what I expected from him. It's obviously been even better than what I expected, but part of the other thing that is appealing to me is the staff that he's put together, and the fact that he allows his guys to do what they've been brought in to do. You know, it takes some security or some self-confidence to bring in somebody like Dennis Allen, who's been a head coach in this league.
Absolutely.
And just turn over the defense to him. Antoine Randall is their assistant head coach. He speaks to the team every Friday. He's hired these really talented coaches and lets them do their thing. And it's also why, look, this defense statistically this year they're number one in takeaways, and they're excellent on third downs. Everything else is bottom third.
Yeah.
Run yards, passing yards, points, total yards, a lot of this stuff. But yet they find a way to make plays, whether it's a takeaway or it's a big stop on third down. And a lot of that, to me, is coaching.
Of course.
And so when you're playing today without 6 guys that were basically listed on your depth chart as starters when the season kicked off, while it's not, the most comforting feeling, what is comforting is to know that Dennis Allen is the one who's making he and Ben Johnson are making decisions about what's the best way to do what you can despite being shorthanded. And that's where I think coaching comes in and is a really reassuring factor. Because if you didn't have faith in someone like Dennis Allen and you were without your starting 3 linebackers and no Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon and Adengbo is out and you haven't gotten consistent pass rush, you'd be looking at each other going like, oh, hell, we're in trouble. I know this is going to be a challenge today, but I don't feel all is lost because of the staff and the people in charge.
Well, when you're confident in who you are and what you believe, like Ben Johnson is, you're not threatened by bringing in someone like Dennis Allen.
Yes.
You know that you can learn from him, and together you're going to make this a better team. And please do not mistake our enthusiasm for a midseason first-place Bears team. Don't mistake that for us thinking they're some sort of finished product. Like, we're all very well aware of where they are. It just feels so
realist.
different. Yes.
And I think that's why we're confident.
We need T-shirts.
I think that's why we're confident, too, because we know that he's going to, and that coaching staff will get them
correct.
better.
You trust them more than you've trusted coaching staffs in the past.
All right. It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. We got to talk about Theo Benedict with Courtney coming up next. Will he play? Won't he play? The injury came up. He did miss a play last week and came quickly back after Ozzie Trapillo played in 1 snap. We'll see if it's Trapillo today. We'll see what the Bears' offensive line will look like. We obviously are following the linebacker story, so Courtney Cronin all over that. We're approaching 90 minutes away from kickoff. A beautiful day at Soldier Field. Bears and Steelers on the Bears Radio Network.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9 with it.
Get ready for Bolingbrook's Mistletoe Market and create more sparkling memories. Experience the warmth of Bolingbrook and join us for this new holiday tradition filled with festive lights, local vendors, delicious treats, and fun for the whole family. Shop for unique gifts, snap a photo with Santa, and soak in all the holiday cheer. Don't miss the debut of the Bolingbrook Mistletoe Market being held at Bolingbrook Town Center, where the season's magic begins December 6th. Go to bolingbrook.gov for a complete schedule.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Within the cities we call home, Busey Bank is more than a name. It's a commitment to your dreams. With Busey, trusted guidance is tailored to empower you every step of the way. Whether it's seamlessly managing your finances or planning for your future, Busey is dedicated to your financial success. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer, the originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal, writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide, because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, and I want to guarantee you a breakdown-free winter. Did you know that a dirty furnace costs more to operate and can lead to higher utility bills and untimely breakdowns? Now is the time to schedule your Four Seasons furnace tune-up and save $50. A Four Seasons furnace tune-up includes a 35-point inspection, complete cleaning, and we calibrate every component of your furnace. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Bears games, all of them on AM 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Back at Soldier Field, Bears and Steelers ready to go on the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. It's time for the injury report, and we do have late news here with Courtney Cronin. It is brought to you by Maurice Longo and Associates. If you've been injured at work or in an accident, visit our guys at Maurice Longo and Associates. That's MORICILONGO.com. That's Maurice Longo and Associates. And Courtney Cronin with the news about Theo Benedict. Courtney, what do you got?
Yeah, Theo's inactive today, so this is going to be Ozzie Trapillo's first start of the season. He's going to be starting at left tackle.
Wow.
And
no pressure going against TJ Watt or anything.
Right. Did you see this coming after they elevated Jordan McFadden from the practice squad?
I don't know. I feel like the hint was a quad injury, and you're limited. Like on Thursday, he's limited. So that happens Wednesday in practice after he's a full participant. So that means limited, questionable. To me, the writing was on the wall the second he got that injury this week, which, again, it happened Wednesday's practice because or I guess it would be Thursday's practice because he was on the injury report as limited. It's not something that I think, just given where Ozzie Trapillo is right now in his career, they've used him in jumbo packages. They haven't gotten him much work out there outside of, the limited work we saw against the Raiders, and they've been trying to fit him in these short yardage situations. It's going to be a big test to see, for the front office with the decision that they made on the roster to be able to have him in the first place and not draft somebody who is a true left tackle. But yeah, significant blow here with Benedette, who's been pretty good the last couple weeks.
What's an interesting thing to think about as well is Ozzie has been out there playing probably a handful of plays. And I'm not suggesting Ozzie's not in shape. I'm sure he's in shape. But
You're right. The conditioning of that.
Conditioning to play 60, 65 snaps when you're not used to it, and the last thing you want is a player protecting the blind side of your quarterback who is a little bit fatigued, not because he hasn't, kept himself in shape, but he just hasn't been out there. So I expect a lot of 12 personnel and a lot of 2 tight ends next to the left tackle.
I think it would have been that way regardless.
Probably,
right?
probably.
Given, and they do draw, I guess, like a good thing here with Alex Highsmith being out.
Yeah.
But TJ
Herbig
Watt
is pretty good, too, on the other side.
They've got the 3 other outside linebackers they can use off that side to kind of go through a rotation.
I feel like this entire game is an evaluation of how the front office built this roster because there's depth as being tested all over the place. Were you surprised, Courtney, that Edmonds ended up on IR?
It's a soft tissue injury, and I guess you're not surprised if it's going to be something that's multi-week. So they're saying by virtue of putting him on IR at least 4 weeks, so he could come back for that second Packers game, which is the Saturday game here on December 20th. But what a blow.
Yeah.
He's having such a good season.
Yeah.
And for a defense that doesn't have the pass rush that it wants, the fact that they are leading the league in takeaways, leading the league in interceptions, with him being a huge part of that with the switch from middle to will linebacker, I think that's where it's going to show up the most. I wouldn't be surprised if those numbers can't stay where they are, at least in his absence. But it's that one's a huge blow because we haven't seen TJ Edwards get back on the practice field, and it's not just the hand. I feel like if it was just the hand, he'd be out there, he'd have the club on it. But that hamstring injury, there have been a lot of soft tissue injuries this year, and sometimes that's just the luck of the draw. Sometimes, new head coach. I know J-Mac has talked about it when I think it was, forget whose first year it was, I don't think it was Lovey, but there was one year when he was playing where he said that they had more soft tissue injuries under a new staff. And so maybe that's correlation there, but to not have the 3 of them today against the Steelers team that ran the ball really well last week against the Cincinnati Bengals, I think is good. It's going to be noticeable.
It's amazing, isn't it? The number of takeaways they have had despite not being healthy. Have you ever covered a team that had 6 guys that were slated to be their starters on defense, that none of those guys were available at this stage of the season?
It's remarkable that number is as high as it is, let alone with 2 corners that aren't playing right now, without Jalen and without Kyler Gordon. But I think it speaks to Dennis Allen and the sub-packages that he's been able to tinker with to try to find the right fit. And today, it's another challenge. Where are we going to see C.J. Gardner-Johnson today is my question.
Middle linebacker.
He can play the linebacker spot. He was an outside linebacker. It was his first position when he was in high school. So I think that could be the way that you mitigate this until you're either able to get more strength in numbers at linebacker, or since we're on a short week coming up with that Philly game, if they can activate Kyler Gordon, Jalen Johnson, and you still want to keep CJ on the field, that's where that hybrid role, I think, comes in.
Courtney, as usual, you were all over the story with Jalen Johnson and Gordon by saying you told us earlier in the week that you didn't think that they were going to play, even though Jalen Johnson was full participant. And you think it probably has to do with this schedule because
I think so.
You can't just come back from surgery and then play your first games 2 in 5 days.
Yeah,
correct?
I think you think of the live reps that he gets in practice, and Ben Johnson talked about that, the amount of work he's going to need to be able to feel like he can play at game speed.
And you want to bank more of that instead of prematurely, even though he was a full participant. They both were on Friday, and Jalen's had 2 days now of that. I think it's get through today, whatever they really thought, whether Aaron Rodgers was going to play or not, but get through today and then turn your attention to Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, and all of those weapons they have on the outside. I think what we will hear on this is that it'll be a Thursday activation. It'll be a Thursday activation, Friday game, so it gives the Eagles less time to prepare for that too. And it puts you in a spot where you can get healthy, at least on the back end, knowing that that offense hasn't gotten off to the start that it thought it was going to through the first 12 weeks of the season. But at least you have like all your horses at that point, where if you have to mitigate some issues in the middle of your defense, I think you'll be able to do that.
I think we've collectively come to the conclusion, though, that Jalen Hurts probably won't be available on Friday because of the trend. We were just saying, and you give the defense a ton of credit. If I told you, Courtney, at the start of the year, you'd go to Baltimore and face Hundley, you go to Cincinnati and face Flacco, and you'd come here and you'd face Rudolph, you'd say, I'll take that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. If they can not have a repeat of what happened in Baltimore.
Yeah. Yes,
like I know a lot of people
true.
look at this today and say, oh, it's great news. Well, it was supposed to be great news when Tyler Huntley played, and he completely outclassed this defense.
Yeah.
Like, you can't have that happen again. And there's enough film on Mason Rudolph over 5 years now in the NFL. Yeah, he's had 18 snaps this season, but they know what they're getting with a quarterback like this, which is why I think that you can't trust that you won't be exposed against the run, knowing what they're going to lean on today, knowing your weaknesses, knowing their weakness on offense at quarterback.
What do you expect from Caleb today? Obviously, the Steelers give up a ton of passing yards. This would be a great opportunity for that offense to really click.
I think he's got to throw 3 or 4 touchdowns for them to win this game. I do, and I think it's possible. I mean, they're the worst pass defense in the NFL right now. The opportunity's there. We saw how weak, even when that game became a blowout last week in Cincinnati, we saw that is a secondary you can take advantage of. And if Caleb can play on schedule, which he's been doing, but when these deep shots come through, and he's talked about, like, sometimes you just got to stand in there and take a hit, like what he was talking about in Minnesota last week on that one he missed to DJ Moore when he sees Dallas Turner. He says he saw colors, so he saw a player coming off its blind side. I'm really curious to see if you connect on a few of those. Those are the explosives this is still the most explosive offense in the NFL, even without those shots.
Wow.
You do that, then you can start rolling earlier in the first quarter, and then you're not playing catch-up as much as they had been having to do the last 5-6 weeks in the fourth quarter.
And I think, like what Waddle was saying earlier, too, that the best should be yet to come.
Yeah.
Because this offense shows you these glimpses that they can be really good, but then there will be the missed pass by Caleb going deep. There will be the drops that they have had in the recent weeks, where a couple guys dropped the ball last week too. And like a third and short play doesn't convert. Like, you hope it to convert. Like,
well, you hope it's a better play call too on certain.
Right.
There were a couple that
you didn't like that Travis Homer handoff on third down.
There was a face mask there, but
that doesn't affect the play call.
I didn't like his first carry coming in that big situation. So and I like that Ben too says, "Hey, I screwed up in a couple of areas." So I just feel like they're so close, but yet they're not stringing together touchdown drive after touchdown drive, and that's what you say needs to happen today.
It's a strong opportunity to do it today, because on the short week, and you're going to be – today's the last game they're favored in, I think, for a while. Like, it's going to be an uphill battle for the next 4 or 5 weeks. I mean –
maybe Cleveland.
3 weeks till Cleveland, and then for the rest of the way. Get this while you can. Get the offense humming in the first quarter.
Absolutely.
So you're not, playing in a shootout in the fourth quarter. This could be a good opportunity for it, because they are lacking on their pass rush right now with injury. And, I think up front for the Bears, protecting where they're vulnerable and being able to keep Caleb on the field and not in a situation where he's getting sacked constantly, will be a big thing today.
What do you think about I've talked about the same thing. It's a day for Caleb to throw for 300 yards and look at his defensive counterparts and say, look, we got your back.
Yep.
We know you're injured. One of the best ways to help your defense is to control the clock and keep them on the bench, too. With that in mind, Swift had 21 carries last week, I think. Maybe they come out and run it a little bit more, or do you think that Ben's going to be big play hunting regardless?
Well, I mean, they run really well out of motion,
and
they run a lot of motion in this offense. I think that you can – and the Steelers aren't great at defending that. I think that you try to capitalize on that a little further by sticking to it instead of, it felt like in moments last week they went away from it kind of inexplicably. Yeah. That was a season high 21 carries for Swift and about 4.6, 4.5 yards a carry. And Kyle Monangai was under 2. That can't happen. I think that the short yardage situations for him are a given, but finding more of a split or a balance between the split on those two is a good way to just, eat up the clock early, play the time of possession game, because that's what they were able to do late in the game because of the game management. Okay. If you start with that, I think that's a good recipe against this defense.
Really quick, before we have to let you go, I want you and also Dionne to talk about this. Dionne, you're in that locker room a lot. You were hosting this week, so you weren't there this week, but you've been there all year. Courtney, we'll start with you. How different is Halas? How different is the vibe? Like, sometimes the vibe is made into bigger than it should, but I feel like there's a huge difference this year in what's going on with this football team.
It feels different. I wouldn't say it feels lighter, but it feels like there's more of a belief that this is not a facade at 7-3. Now we'll see. Yeah, obviously, this is where they have the third hardest strength of schedule from here on out. Now is where you get to determine if you're not like the fluky teams of years past. I think of the 2022 Vikings when they won all those one-score games, and then they go and they lose in the first round of the playoffs to the Giants. And not a good Giants team. That's not what they want to be. They want to show that this is by way of their own virtue of getting to this place where it is tangible results that aren't just luck or happenstance from who you're playing. And that you could use the backup quarterback example here today. There are going to be people who, if the Bears win, say, oh, well, they didn't play Aaron Rodgers. They played Mason Rudolph. Show that you can, don't leave anything more in doubt than another one-score game and a close game. I mean, you're going to win however you can, but if you want to quiet that noise, which I know they do because they keep talking about it, then that's the opportunity you have to build on that belief that not only are we good enough to hang around here, but good enough to win the games that we're supposed to win and win by more than a narrow, shallow margin.
Winning makes everything feel better and lighter. That's that's actually what's happening. But where I notice it a lot, Courtney, and you might too, is when someone who doesn't get interviewed a lot gets the mics in their face, like Ruben Hippolyte did on Friday. I mean, the locker room lights up. Everybody's talking and chirping at him and making fun, and they genuinely like being around each other. When they slimed Colston Loveland, they had so much fun with that. That's where I noticed this team camaraderie feels and looks a little bit different. Winning, I'm sure, has a lot to do with it, but they seem to genuinely like each other, and that creates more of a buzz.
Can't wait to see what happens. Courtney, great work as always.
Thank you.
All right, we're at the Dr. Pepper patio. Come out and see us just inside Gate O, and don't forget to keep that number handy. Who Needs to Rock coming up, 312-332-3776. Coming up next, we'll hear from Caleb Williams. It's Bears and Steelers. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Bears Radio Network.
At Old National Wealth Management, our team approach puts together your game-winning financial plan.
Cool. So who's the quarterback?
Your wealth advisor.
And the running back?
The private banker.
How about a wide receiver?
How about a financial planner?
You got any cheerleaders?
That would be our clients.
Okay, I'm game.
Old National Wealth Management, where relationships and results matter. Get old. Old National Wealth Management investment instruments are not FDIC insured nor insured by any other government agency, are not deposits or other obligations of Old National Wealth Management, Old National Bank, its parent company, or affiliates, and involve investment risk, including possible loss of principal.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey, Jan from Toyota here, reminding you Toyota-thon is on. Make your holiday wishes come true with a new Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. All right, let's sing it together this time. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyota-thon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney.
We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Ivone, we get you.
Costa Ivone, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4MILLION.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffel's a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
You all know the 13 reasons to use Windy City to go to Soldier Field, but now there is a 14th, Gate 14. Windy City can drop off and pick up right at the gate. No more trudging in the rain, snow, or cold. Football, concerts, soccer. You'll be safe and warm and get home an hour before your friends. Call 866-94-WINDY or WindyCityLimos.com. Tell them the M&M guy sent you.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
As the big realtors keep serving their stockholders, we at Hearthside Realtors continue to serve the people in the Southside communities, just like we've been doing for 55 years. I'm Lenny File, and I'm ready to work for you. Whether you're buying your first home, new to the area, or if it's time to downsize, our diverse staff of real estate pros are here to help you every step of the way. I'm Lenny File, and I go the extra mile. Visit LennyFile.com. That's Lenny, F-E-I-L.com today. Hearthside is licensed in Illinois and Indiana.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown, Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Fantasy football Sundays at 7 a.m. on ESPN Chicago.
Bears fans are excited. A beautiful day at Soldier Field. Really, on any day of the season, and especially for late November. This is picture perfect today. Doesn't look like there's a cloud in the sky. The winds, we've certainly had windier days in November, so.
We had so much clouds this week. Like, just
sunshine
sunshine just feels wonderful. Wonderful.
Feels terrific. Caleb Williams has been big down the stretch. Now, last week, it was courtesy of Devin Duvernay with the comeback drive. Couple of runs, setting up the Cairo Santos field goal. I want to play you Caleb Williams, though, talking about these late-game pressure situations. We loved what he had to say here, but this is the mentality of this team, that even if they have to come from behind, or even if the other team came from behind and they took a lead, and then the Bears have to counterpunch like they have done a few different times. This is Caleb talking about the pressure of these late-game situations.
Yeah, I think I'll my mindset is, I don't ever flip into this is a higher stake game than the other. That's never you start falling into that trap, and you start looking at records, or you start looking at where teams are, where other teams are, and where we're at, and you start comparing and doing all these different things, and so then you start getting distracted with where you want to go and where you want to be as a team and as an organization. And I've learned that being here, but also a little bit earlier in my career in college and things like that. And so just solely focus on being 1-0 this week, and not adding or subtracting any pressure from any game, because there's only 17 that we're promised, and each and every game means the world for that week. So
there's Caleb Williams.
With that said, I'd like for him to throw for better than 300 yards today.
Yes,
because I'd like to see. Ben told us that they wthey were going to be playing their best football in December, right? It's just around the corner. And, you go back to the Giants game, and as euphoric as we have felt about some of the late-game heroics, they scored 10 points in the first 55 minutes against a really bad Giants defense. Last week they could only put 19 on the board against a good Vikings defense. Today would be a great opportunity to hang 30 on this Pittsburgh team that, yes, they have some pass rushers, but look, you can throw the football on them. Their secondary has struggled this year.
I think what's impressive about how Caleb approaches this, he talks about, like, this is just about going 1-0 this week. And I know that is so cliche, but that's truly how I think they look at it. We get all caught up in, well, they're in first place, and if they do this, and then this week I don't think they think that way. I don't think Ben Johnson thinks that way. I think he looks at, this is what we're tackling, is these 4 quarters, how we're going to work with this personnel and get through it. And Caleb has bought into that mindset as well. He's not getting ahead of himself. He's trying to do what needs to be done in this moment.
And now more than ever, that is important because this would be the perfect opportunity for a less mentally tough team to look through this injured Steelers team towards the Eagles on Friday and the Packers the week after that.
Yes.
Right. So, like I said, a team that is less focused and a team that isn't as well coached as this one, I think this would be one of those spots where you would circle and say, hey, natural letdown situation. I don't expect that to be the case because of the guys who are in charge.
It's why I don't care about, we've talked about it, the style points or who they've played or which backups have played. If they could survive and advance, like that NCAA tournament, find a way to win the game as long as they're developing too. And it's not just simply, okay, the other team didn't play well. If Caleb continues to play better, the young receivers, the offensive line continues to mesh, they find ways to take away the ball even though they're ravaged with injuries back there. Like, that's all I care about. Find a way today to survive and advance.
Listen, if you give up 30 today because all of your linebackers are out and you're missing Jalen Johnson still and Kyler Gordon still and you still don't have a pass rush, if you give up 30, all you got to do is score 31.
31, right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
so,
right.
Find a way to, to hang one more point on the scoreboard than the Steelers do today. And I think all of us would be more than thrilled knowing what challenging situations they find themselves in because of some of the injuries.
There's our guy Mike Brown, right?
I love it.
That's awesome.
The Bears, since the bye week, have led the NFL offensively with how many yards they are gaining per game and rush yards as well. They've really become this offense that you can count on. I mean, for crying out loud, the Steelers brought somebody into their practice squad to emulate Caleb Williams to prepare for this moment. Like, they have everyone's attention. So now let's capitalize on that in a way that you can.
Don't let Mike go. I mean, maybe sign a one-day contract.
Mike, get back here. Can you play some defense? Someone tack so Mike Brown just came up and he said,
"Can he play a little slot corner for us?"
And this season too reminds me of that 01 team. Now, unfortunately, that 01 team didn't have a building block quarterback.
Right.
Jim Miller played a good year. Shane Matthews did what he could, but they didn't have a building block like Caleb Williams. And the games that we've seen from the last couple of weeks, or even before that, Cincinnati and the Giants finishes, reminded me a lot of when Mike Brown had back-to-back walk-off wins in overtime to score pick-six walk-offs. Like, you never see that. So think about what the Bears have done in the last 3 games.
Yeah.
You beat Cincinnati, you go out and you didn't have your best stuff against the Giants, you still found a way, took advantage of Jackson Dart being out, and then last week, Minnesota, you were controlling that game. J.J. McCarthy drives him downfield, but then you find a way with Devin Duvernay, and then Cairo bounces
What
back.
does that do, Tom, in a locker room when you're when you're just finding ways to win like that? I mean, we see those videos that they put out, which are remarkable. But I mean, what kind of confidence is that building week in and week out?
Well, I mean, you can see it in some of the NFL film stuff as well. I think that Case Keenum, where you could hear him say, "Hey, you're going to take us down the field." Get us in position to win this game. I think that was the case against the Giants. And, you just hear the guys talking about, hey, somebody's going to make a play. We'll find a way to get in the end zone or get into field goal range or some way to take the football away. I just think it's a matter of belief.
Yeah.
And you're not expecting bad things to happen. And that positive energy, look, at the end of the day, you still have to make the plays. But if you're expecting bad things to happen, it's more times than not that they will happen. When you're expecting good things to happen, I think there truly is a greater opportunity for that to take place.
Yeah.
There's just a level of belief. So, look, keep it going. I mean, I don't care if it's a punter. I don't care if it's the kicker. I don't care if it's a return man or a defensive back. Somebody makes a play to get them over the finish line. That's all I care about.
And, we heard from Caleb Williams in the soundbite. Keep it locked in the post-game show. What Peggy and Yurko bring you along with Joniak Thayer and J-Mac, you're going to get the first words one-on-one from Ben Johnson with Joniak and Thayer. You're going to get J-Mac with Caleb Williams. This is the place to keep it locked. If you want all the access behind the scenes to the Bears, it's right here. All right, let's load up the phone lines for Who Needs to Rock at 312-332-3776. First, we pause 10 seconds for all of our stations to identify themselves. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
So we're going to talk to Tom Thayer next hour, and we'll talk to the entire booth and hear from Ben Johnson. But right now it's time for Who Needs to Rock, 312-332-3776. Just about an hour away from kickoff at Soldier Field. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
Welcome to Jackpot Land this fall at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Play your favorite games with your Potawatomi Rewards card all fall to win your share of thousands in prizes each month and earn entries into the big December Jackpot Land prize drawings. Your October, November, and December entries all count. Win thousands in cash or reward play. Welcome to Jackpot Land, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
You know that sound, and you better get used to it. Because when you bank with Consumers Credit Union, you've got people cheering for you everywhere you go. And now we've rebuilt our corner of the internet to make your digital banking experience better in every possible way. When you get lower fees, great rates, and a team that's always got your back, you win. Visit the new myconsumers.org. Consumers Credit Union, the people in your corner. Insured by NCUA.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium, or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. It's bold, it's original, it's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're chilling in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears, and drink up. It's a pepper drink.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
The Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Are you ready to rock? Are you ready to rock? Well, that's what you're gonna get.
Tom Waddle, Dionne Meller, and Mark Silverman. Bears pregame.
From Soldier Field, it's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show, and it is time for Who Needs to Rock. It's brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. See Hearts December 6th at Hard Rock Live. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Also a great place to hang out when you're looking to get out of the house and have some fun. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Great partners and big supporters of the Chicago Bears. Ring it up, 312-332-3776. In case you missed the news today, Aaron Rodgers is a no-go, so he will not play against the Bears today.
He was scared.
And then Ozzie Trapillo will get the start at left tackle for the Bears as Theo Benedict is ruled out with that quad injury from earlier in the week. Let's take your phone calls at 312-332-3776. Jack downtown, who needs to rock today, Jack?
Today it's got to be the offensive line. With how good that Steelers pass rush is today, we got to make sure that Kale's got enough time, that all the receivers got enough options to make plays downfield, and just keep those chains moving with the run game, keep Monangai moving, and just keep everybody involved.
It's a great call, Jack. Thank you. Let's go to Gideon, our buddy Gideon in Skokie. You're on Who Needs to Rock. What's up, Gideon?
Hey, guys. So Trapillo really needs to rock, like the offensive line does as a whole, but I'm not worried about the other four. Those guys have been rocking, but Trapillo really needs to pick up the slack where the left tackle position hasn't been doing that thus far, and he needs to prove why he was our number 2 pick.
This is what I will say. It's good for him that he's got Joe Thuney next to him. Mm-hmm. He's got Ben Johnson calling the plays. He's got 2 qualified tight ends that will line up next to him. So, like, at the end of the day, he still has to hold his own. But trust me, there will be plenty of help given him today over the course of the next 3.5 hours when the ball's in the air.
How much does that take away from everything they can do in Ben Johnson's playbook?
Well, I think that Ozzie will be fine with the running game, and I think Benedict was actually pretty good in the running game. I think where they struggled at times was Benedict struggled having the guy across from him dump him in the quarterback's lap too frequently. So I think Ozzie will be fine in the running game. But I think in the passing game, you're going to have to give him some help until he proves that he can handle himself. And again, I said it earlier when Courtney was here, don't overlook the fact that Ozzie has played, but he hasn't played 50, 60, 65 snaps in a game. And you don't want your left tackle becoming fatigued late in the second half and have that be a reason why your quarterback gets hit.
And while the Steelers defense isn't as vaunted as it has been in the past, they still have some big names there, like she was saying, TJ Watt. And I think what you mentioned about the 2 tight ends and the 12 personnel, whatever, with Ozzie out there, that was probably going to happen anyway against this defense. So lean on them. Let's usually make that all come together. I have been super impressed with the Bears offensive line, though, this season. I think that has been a huge reason why they found success.
I think you make a great point, Dee. Look, Benedict has had a nice solid run as their starting left tackle.
Yeah.
The drop off from him to Ozzie shouldn't be that significant.
Correct.
So really, as you're mentioning, the game plan should be the same.
Yeah.
You were going to have to help him anyway. So I don't think the game plan will be significantly different. And if you get through the first couple of series and you feel like Ozzie's struggling a little bit, then you adjust to it as a game, as a play caller.
Mine is going to be Caleb Williams, and we've tried not to put too much on his plate and say the offense and running and this and that, but what better game than his hero across the sidelines who's not playing? He looked up to Aaron Rodgers, and we all know this isn't the Packers, so I get it, but what a great game to say, hey, this is my offense, this is my team, we're going to score a ton of points, I'm going to hit receivers in stride, I'm going to find the right play, make the right checks, identify the right things going on, and really say, hey, you owned us for many, many years. This is a new day in Chicago. And then the schedule gets tougher, as we know, after this. But I think what a great day this would be for Caleb Williams.
I've thought that all week, that this is one that Caleb really wants to perform at a very elite high level, and he wants to show that to Aaron Rodgers, whether he's playing or not. He wants to prove himself in a different way. I think this is a great opportunity for that, and the elements are here. Like, it's a beautiful day. It's like a perfect stage is set for him to take this step.
I share your guys' thoughts. We've seen him have a couple of win because of games. This has to be one of them.
Yeah,
you're facing a Steelers defense. As much as he looks to the right and sees Aaron Rodgers, if he's looking straight ahead, he looks at a secondary that gives him 262 yards per game through the air. So I think this is, again, I mentioned it earlier, this is one of those days where he, as one of your offensive captains, walks into the locker room and says, guys, defense, thanks for the gifts. You guys have been great. Timely takeaways. You guys are more injured than anyone could ever imagine. We got you today. We're going to carry the heavy load. Lean on us, and I'll lead us to the promised land.
Do you guys remember at the end of the game last week when Cairo hit that field goal and Caleb's face was so, like, stoic, didn't even smile? I think he recognized, like, his numbers were not that much better than J.J. McCarthy. He did not have a great game. So this is a real big chance to bounce back.
Get that offense on track.
Yeah.
All right, keep that number handy. Halftime calls. Peggy and Yurko will take your calls after the game. And, of course, on our flagship ESPN 1000, we always want to hear from you, the Bears fan. 3126. Tom Thayer will let us know how he thinks Ozzie Trapillo will play. Plus, we'll get his thoughts on no Aaron Rodgers playing today. We're at Soldier Field. We're about 50 minutes away from kickoff. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Bears Radio Network.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit AureliosPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Hi, this is Dave Muzio, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. When emergencies happen, who do you call? Broken pipe, power outage, furnace failure, no hot water? The answer is always the same. Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day service and installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. That's why over 30,000 customers have given us a 5-star Google review.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $450 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sauteed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $450 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through January 31st, 2026.
And here's the snap. Madison takes the ball, prime commercial space, unbeatable access, Lincoln Highway corridor, and they're driving it down the field. Minutes from Chicago, fueled by a talented workforce and supported by a community that's all in. There are incentives on the play and a business-friendly, collaborative approach in the end zone. Touchdown, Madison. Ready to join the winning team? Visit Village of Madison today. The Village of Madison, your next big play.
$1.5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $1.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group. Hey, this is Yurko. You all know I played professional football and I've been on the radio for many years. I've had the chance to endorse a lot of products and companies, but I've always believed in only backing the ones I truly trust. And now I get to endorse a company owned by close friends, the Verdoyak Law Group. They've been helping people for over 60 years, even some of my friends and neighbors. Just like choosing an experienced doctor, you want skilled lawyers by your side. With $9 billion recovered and 40,000 clients served, they're proven experts in personal injury, accidents, wrongful death, and more. Call my friends at 8444-VLG-LAW. The Veroliak Law Group will do great for you, too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with Auto Owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Ask Reardon Insurance Group in Norwood Park if Auto Owners make sense for you.
You all know the 13 reasons to use Windy City to go to Soldier Field, but now there is a 14th, Gate 14. Windy City can drop off and pick up right at the gate. No more trudging in the rain, snow, or cold. Football, concerts, soccer. You will be safe and warm and get home an hour before your friends. Call 866-94-WINDY or WindyCityLimos.com. Tell them the M&M guy sent you.
For the first time ever, the average age of a first-time homebuyer is in their 30s, but we believe that it's still something all should aspire to. Start your journey today at lennyfile.com.
Hear Bears games on the ESPN Chicago app.
Let's talk to the Super Bowl champion. Been around the Bears his entire life, and he's the best in the booth with Jeff Joniak. Tom Thayer is brought to you by UI Health. Expert care for your journey. Visit uihealth.care. Tom, what do you think? No Aaron Rodgers and Ozzie Trapillo for the Bears gets the start at left tackle.
Yeah, I mean, who would you rather have in the lineup? A 21-year-old quarterback that doesn't have great escapability, or an offensive tackle that's starting his first professional game on the left side? I think there are two guys that really factor a lot in the way Ben Johnson calls the offense and the way Arthur Smith calls the offense for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I think, to me, it's you have to have perfection on special teams. You have no giving up field position, having a short punt, giving whatever mistakes you can make on special teams. You don't are not afford that luxury today. And then, like I said, Ben Johnson, he's the guy that knew what the injury report was going to be like for the Bears. So he's had an entire week to put together a game plan that can maybe take some of those factors into consideration. And Arthur Smith, maybe he didn't know until today that Aaron Rodgers was for sure not going to play. So I guess this is going to be an unbelievable game to sit here and watch how the injuries affect each of the coaches' performances.
Tom, we've seen Ozzie in handfuls of snaps, but not playing extensively like he will today. What have you seen from him that lends you to believe he's ready for this moment?
Dan Rochar's done a really nice job of developing him throughout the year. He's got good flexibility for a big guy. He does have strength and power. I think that, you're going to have to take into consideration where you line up the tight ends or where you line up a chipper in the backfield, which could be Durham Smythe or any of the running backs. And don't leave him on an island initially. And then maybe if he proves to you within the first 3 or 4 series that you can put him on an island, then so be it. But if they're going to have a point of attack that's going to go behind Jonah Jackson and Darnell Wright on the right side, then he's got to be able to have a backside cutoff block with some effectiveness. So this is not the Ozzie Trapillo game. It's still the Chicago Bears playing against the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I think any guy that gets their first start in the NFL, you should have a hard time sleeping last night. You should have gotten in the locker room early. You should be walking around with your ankles taped and getting ready to explode and have fun today.
Tom joins us from the Hyundai booth. One final Ozzie thought, Tom. How much will endurance be an issue? It's one thing to play 10 plays. It's another thing to be asked to play 60 or 65.
T. Waddle, I don't think endurance will be an issue because if you go look at him in practice, he's playing 55 to 60 snaps a day on demonstration squad. He's going through individual period. He's doing one-on-ones. He's doing everything that's really asked of him that you would if you were a regular starter. And sometimes when you are on the demonstration squad, you got to go a little bit harder because you're practicing against the starters. And so, conditioning is not – I don't have any worry about that, and I think that the conditions are perfect. Shoot, you're getting your first start at 55 degrees. You couldn't ask for anything better for a first opportunity.
Tom, the last couple of weeks, the offense hasn't been as sharp as we would have liked to have seen them be. Obviously, the challenge in Minneapolis is what it is. What have they not done well, and how do they fix that today?
If you look at the little picture, you go look at the first 2 third downs last week where they went for the big shock plays. But if you look at that first third down that he threw to Rome Odunze, Cole Kmet was open underneath for a bona fide and easy first down. He was also open on the second, third down. Just take what the offense or what the defense offers you. Don't sit there and think because I called the play in the huddle, I got to go and I got to make this heroic attempt. Go down there, and if it's a difficult window of opportunity for Roman Dunze downfield, then throw the easy check down to Cole. The guy is 6'5", 260. He's willing to deliver a big impact at the conclusion of his route. So whether, the running game has been a staple for these guys since about 3 to 4 games ago. But to me, I still think you follow the architect of the play design and take what's offered you and not trying to do something unrealistically.
Tom, when you watch the film, how close are they? Like, we see them in spurts really be a great offense, and then we see these lulls. It's a growing offense. So how close are they to putting it all together?
I think it's just work in progress. I don't know if they're even close to being a finished product of what they'll be in the future of Ben's career here. I just think that when you look at the wide receivers you look at the tight end group when they had 12 targets last week for 9 catches. You know what the impact the running game has had here. I just think it's a continuous relationship developing between Ben and Caleb. And if Caleb can go along with the plan that Ben has been developing and building for him all week, I just think this is something that could get better and better. And then when you play at home, even though there's a lot of Steelers fans in here, and it's not going to be anything to affect the crowd noise. But when you're in control of the cadence, you should be able to be a little bit more aggressive and get the edge in some of the plays, whether it's a run or whether it's a bootleg or trying to get a receiver significantly downfield.
We know that Ben has known what's been going on with the offensive line, but Dennis Allen is very depleted when it comes to his defense today. How will you be watching what he does as far as how he's using who's available to face the Steelers team?
I guess sometimes you might have to go with 6 or 7 defensive backs, 6 at a minimum. And, you're going to have to get an ask or a require or get a little bit more pressure out of your defensive line and at a quicker rate. When you look at Mason Rudolph, he's 6'5", 235 pounds. He's got experience in the NFL. I don't think he's going to be afraid to run, but you just can't give him that escape route if you do find yourself getting protected with a pocket or get some pressure on him. And then, listen, it's the same thing as Ozzie Trapillo. You got 2 linebackers that should be so excited to get their opportunity today against the Pittsburgh Steelers and Mason Rudolph that, these guys should be on the field early and stay on the field late.
If you're one of the guys that is filling in for a starter, sit down and have a brief conversation with Nashawn Wright and ask him how getting this opportunity has helped propel him this year. Like you said, Tom, next man up. This is an opportunity for somebody to put something on tape that may be sustainable.
That's great advice, T. Waddle. Yes, go, talk to somebody who's been thrust into the position and that has high requirements, especially when you play the cornerback position in the NFL. Yeah, pick their brain a little bit. But, hopefully T.J. Edwards and Tremaine and Noah Sewell, they're all going to be on the sideline and maybe give these guys some guidance. But you can't be a distraction to them. You got to, sit down with your position coach and listen to those guys. But if you can get a couple of tips or pointers from the more experienced veterans, then yeah, I think that's a great point by you.
Tom, hang tight. We'll bring in Jeff Joniak and J-Mac to the conversation here shortly. Also today, guys, I saw this note. The NFL just tweeted this out. I think this is pretty cool. You know, today over 1,100 NFL players and staff are participating in the My Cause, My Cleats. So it's really cool. They've embraced this. Do you remember who started My Cause, My Cleats? And I believe he was actually fined for it originally, and then the NFL embraced it. It was here.
It was?
Brandon Marshall wore the lime green cleats, I believe, for mental health awareness.
You're right.
And then like at first the NFL used to rage against that sort of thing. Oh, it's not in code. And now they make it where, hey, everyone can express themselves. We'll talk to Jeff Joniak, bringing the entire crew coming up here shortly. It is Bears and Steelers. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Bears Radio Network.
Ah, the view from the top. Anything it takes to get to the top, you do it. Any way of stacking wins is fine as long as you're stacking wins. That's been my approach to this football season on Circus Sports Illinois. High limits, low holds, amazing customer service, and not a single bet fee ever. I hate to say it, but I love Green Bay against Minnesota this weekend. We saw Minnesota last week. Not good. Download circusports.com today. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Getting health insurance that fits your budget isn't easy.
At Get Covered Illinois, we are here to help.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
A place where health insurers compete for your business. A website where you can compare multiple health plans and pricing in one place.
And where you can connect to financial help and free in-person assistance.
Because you deserve insurance. GetCoveredIllinois.gov. We're here to help.
Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey, Jan from Toyota here, reminding you Toyota-thon is on. Make your holiday wishes come true with the new Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. All right, let's sing it together this time. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyota-thon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Joniak and Thayer with Jason McKee. Bears football, ESPN Chicago.
Keep that number handy for your halftime calls, 312-332-3776. Aaron Rodgers is out this game. Mason Rudolph will start. We also have Theo Bennett out for the Bears. And you're going to get Ozzie Trapillo today. Right now we get Jeff Joniak and the best booth in football. It's presented by Steinhoffel's, Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Their Black Friday sale is going on now. So take advantage, shop incredible furniture and mattress deals in-store and online at steinhoffels.com. I mentioned they're the best booth in football, but I think when you get J-Mac, when you get Tom Thayer, and in the middle, Jeff Joniak, maybe that's today's Bears linebacking core. Jeff, what do you think?
I don't mind playing the middle. I mean, I got a little dog attitude.
We don't want you playing linebacker, Jeff. Stop it.
Come on
Stop
now.
it.
You haven't messed with me, man. I mean, look out. Look out.
Oh,
and I come in a little hot today. Come in a little hot.
Definitely
You
coming
guys-
off the field in third downs. That's no doubt.
I coming in a little hot today. Do you guys hang your own Christmas lights outside?
No,
you get
no.
you do
Not
that?
my own, don't hang.
Don't hang them. Tom Waddle?
It's so funny you mentioned that, Jeff. I had this conversation with my wife this morning. She was mad at me because last year I didn't, and this year I'm not going to either. So, no.
I mean, the missus speaks. You got to listen. I mean, what kind of
34 years
guy
of
are
marriage, Jeff, every now and again I resist.
I you know, the lights are the most aggravating thing. Yes. I should be in a great mood, but, you know, you think it's going to be 1, 2, 3, but, you know, half the lines don't work. Half of the line doesn't work, and you think you could just replace the fuse. Do you know how hard and impossible it is to rip that little tiny fuse out? It doesn't happen. It's a scam. The whole thing's a scam. You got to keep buying lights. So, that being said, let's get down to business. First impression, stop the Pittsburgh run. It's 29th. Don't let it get heated up. 28th yards per carry, but here's the rub. Jalen Warren, Kenneth Gainwell, they've combined for 296 yards after contact running the football and 521 yards of yak catching the football, and have combined for 69 first downs. With Aaron Rodgers anyway, a little short dump-off was as good as a run. How will Rudolph handle this? That'll be something to keep an eye on. Second thought, the Bears are a plus 23 in the first quarter point differential, fourth best behind the Rams, Seattle, and Indianapolis, but a negative point differential in the other 3 quarters. Got to smooth that out a little bit here, and don't save all the good stuff for the last quarter. Third Degree Sumer Sports, it's an analytics company. They do a nice job. Pittsburgh has a low explosive rate offense that struggles against pressure. Will Dennis Allen turn up the volume on the blitz now that you've got Rudolph, or would he have done it because the escapability of Rodgers isn't what it used to be, something to ponder? And my fourth and short, another Sumer Sports special. Of the top 10 wide receivers in yards per route run, Luther Burden emerging. He's top 10 out of all receivers in the NFL in just 105 routes. So keep an eye on Luther Burden today against a Pittsburgh secondary that has been targeted more passes than any team in the NFL, has given up more yards passing than any team in the NFL. There you go. Nice and quick today.
That was awesome.
I thought the Christmas lights would somehow connect in this whole thing, and that didn't happen.
Right.
So.
J-Mac, are we
took all the thoughts.
J-Mac, are we inside again this week? I mean, the way the temperature is today and with the sun shining, it feels like we're back in the dome.
This is Christmas. Speaking of Christmas, I'm going to open this beautiful weather present because it is amazing out here. The field's amazing. Thayer told me they replaced the field this week as well. The field looks good. The footing should be good, and great day for Bears football.
Hey, Tom, last week we talked about this a little bit earlier. Swift got 21 carries, I think it was the most carries he's got all season long. Is that the game plan from your perspective? I know the secondary, as Jeff said, is giving up 262 a game, but softening them up with running the football consistently feels like the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think if you find something that's working for you in your offensive line, considering Trapillo's in there, then, it is repeatable. But last week at the end of the game, I asked Ben Johnson the numbers that he had run past split. Is this what he was considering going into the game? And he had to take a look at them because he really didn't even know what they were. So I really do think that, you may have 15 plays scripted to get an indication of what's working for you and what you might be struggling with. And then if DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai, and they brought up Britton Brown in case of in space of Roschon Johnson, I think that it can be repeated. And I do think that if you want to make an offensive line and a new offensive tackle as comfortable as possible, then, do it through the running game. And that's, the foundation of this offense, really.
I know that the three of you do a ton of research, and this season you've gotten very good at scouting backup quarterbacks. Mason Rudolph has been efficient in the way he's played. He's obviously got a ton of experience. But Jeff, Tom, J-Mac, what are you guys seeing in what the Bears will see today from this guy?
Well, one thing, he was there all the way through June without Aaron Rodgers. This is his second tour of duty with the Steelers, so he knows the offense very well. You got to remember, a couple years back, he led them on a 3-0 run to make the playoffs. They lost in the wild card round, I believe. But he went 3-0, and he believes in him. He's got a lot of confidence in how he plays the game. What type of game is he going to play in terms of the offense versus Rodgers? I mean, that remains to be seen, but he's more than capable. He will push it downfield. He's got a big arm. And pretty good deep ball accuracy. But in the bigger picture, like Aaron, he does thrive in the short game.
But, I think he's a desperate quarterback, 6'5", 235, and he's not the quarterback of the future. They're already talking about trying to find Aaron Rodgers' replacement. And if they felt that Kyle Rudolph was the guy going forward, maybe they wouldn't have brought in Aaron Rodgers and brought a younger guy behind him. So I'm always nervous of big, strong quarterbacks that are a little bit desperate because you never know what they're willing to do. And then you got a DK Metcalf that, he's one of the more difficult guys to cover because you can't cover him.
Yeah, and to your point, a guy who's maybe not in future plans, this is a big audition for Mason Rudolph. Yes, he has film from in the past from the starts that he had, but there's nothing like fresh tape. There's nothing like what have you done lately in the NFL. So he has a big opportunity against the Bears defense that we know is missing a few starters.
Yeah, I would just like to see them get after him early. That front four or front five, whatever they choose to do, has to be super aggressive. Make it a game like, they knew they were going to try and stop the run a couple weeks ago, and the defensive line had an extraordinary amount of tackles. I'd like to see that happening today with some strip sacks and whatnot, because the longer a guy goes as a backup quarterback, the more his flaws are exposed. You can go down the list. Bears have been, over time, have faced quarterbacks. I think of that Matt Leinart game. I think that was his second NFL start against the Bears in Arizona, the 06 game, the big comeback. Brock Osweiler, as was pointed out to me this week, beat the Bears 3 different times as a backup quarterback. And, of course, Huntley in Baltimore beating the Bears twice. So don't underestimate him. Make him look serious back there as a starting quarterback and take care of your business.
Before we let you guys go, Crosstalk brought to you by Shell. Sign up for fuel rewards just like I have from Shell and earn up to 25 cents per gallon on Bears game days. You guys have done a lot of games. J-Mac, you're new to the crew. I know you're used to, whether it's you, J-Mac, you, Tom, playing on Thanksgiving or working and calling a game on Thanksgiving. But now we have a Friday game. Jeff, will this be your first Friday Bears game? Yeah. And what are your plans here for Thanksgiving with the travel?
Thanksgiving was yesterday, and we'll get what we can get. All right, that's how we're going to roll. I think that Little Z is our director of entertainment and dining, and I think he's got us booked at the hotel for 6:30 in Philadelphia.
I love it.
Nice.
Under Griswold, right? Under Clark Griswold.
Yes.
You know, I love the Thanksgiving Day game. I played on them plenty of times, both with the Bears and one with the Miami Dolphins down in Dallas, and I always enjoy that because you go out there, you win the game, you got a nice long weekend to get ready for the next week. But so I've been a fan of them.
You ever played on a Friday in the USFL or anything?
I don't know. I'd have to go back in my memory bank.
Coletti will be on it.
Coletti
will be on it.
Yeah, Doug's on it. Guys, outstanding as always. Well, Jeff, hang in there. We'll hear from you coming up next with Ben Johnson. Thanks to the guys in the booth of your call of the game. Like, I took off my jacket now finally.
Look at you.
Like the sun is shining. It's balmy out here.
Look at you.
Toughening up in front of our eyes.
Living dangerously.
All right, coming up next, Ben Johnson sits down with Jeff Joniak. It's Bears and Steelers. It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Bears Radio Network.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from just $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from just $57 a month, plus 6 years interest-free financing. Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 30,000 five-star reviews, we are Chicago's trusted local experts.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Reason number 204 to visit the City of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
Come into Little Joe's for homemade Italian beef, meatballs, and giardiniera. Little Joe's is a family-owned restaurant for 55 years and counting and is a countryside must-try. Chicago dogs, Italian sausage, and much more. What more could you ask for in a neighborhood staple like Little Joe's? Stop in today at the corner of LaGrange and Plainfield Road or check them out online at littlejoesbeef.net. Little Joe's, where everybody knows everybody.
Hey Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and this season, they're teaming up with Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Every time the Bears defense causes a false start at home, Steinhoffels donates $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels, now with 7 locations, has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses, all styles, every budget, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
Southside baseball fan Lenny File.
During the home buying and selling process, trust your family to our family. I'm Lenny File of Hearthside Realtors. I go the extra mile to make sure buying and selling your home is easy. Licensed in Illinois and Indiana, and doing it for 55 years, that's a lot of miles to cover. But I'll go one more for you. Visit LennyFile.com. That's LennyFile, F-E-I-L.com today.
When I got sick, I spent years looking for answers. But it only took one conversation with my team at Northwestern Medicine to correct my misdiagnosis. I'm Daniel. When Parkinson's changed my life, so did my Spanish-speaking care team.
The Northwestern Medicine Parkinson's Disease and Movement Disorders Center offers specialized, culturally sensitive care. Their Spanish-speaking team was the first to provide Daniel with innovative treatment in the language he preferred. Northwestern Medicine. Better.
At Old National Wealth Management, our team approach puts together your game-winning financial plan.
Cool. So who's the quarterback?
Your wealth advisor.
And the running back?
The private banker.
How about a wide receiver?
How about a financial planner?
You got any cheerleaders?
That would be our clients.
Okay, I'm game.
Old National Wealth Management, where relationships and results matter. Get old. Old National Wealth Management investment instruments are not FDIC insured nor insured by any other government agency, are not deposits or other obligations of Old National Wealth Management, Old National Bank, its parent company, or affiliates, and involve investment risk, including possible loss of principal.
You all know the 13 reasons to use Windy City to go to Soldier Field, but now there is a 14th, Gate 14. Windy City can drop off and pick up right at the gate. No more trudging in the rain, snow, or cold. Football, concerts, soccer. You'll be safe and warm and get home an hour before your friends. Call 866-94-WINDY or WindyCityLimos.com. Tell them the M&M guy sent you.
Hey,
Do you know what time it is? It's Aurelio's Pizza time. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Game day tailgate starts 4 hours before kickoff. ESPN Chicago.
All right, don't forget, call me at halftime with your halftime thoughts at 312-332-3776. We're under 20 minutes away from kickoff. It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. Let's hear from the head coach, Ben Johnson. Here's the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak.
Thank you, Silvy. Time for head coach Ben Johnson. Jeff Joniak here, back at Soldier Field, an NFL classic that when you close your eyes, you think of physical, rugged. Bears, Steelers, they actually played for the first time in 1934, and North Divisions in the NFL. I mean, it's a given. You got to play a physical brand of ball, AFC North or NFC North.
That's right. I didn't know you were such a history buff.
I love the history of the game.
I learn something new every time I'm with you. This is, it's the name of the game here this week is physicality. It's going to show up. It's what Tomlin does well. He's done it for 20-plus years at a high level. All these teams, they come out, they're stout. This is going to be a battle from start to finish.
And the culture that has developed quickly of toughness and resiliency, this is now bedrock for now and forever that you're here. How important is that as you move into this section of the season?
It's going to be huge for us because we know we have some really tough opponents coming up. Each week we're just focused on what's the path to victory this particular week. How do we go 1-0 this particular week? And so we feel like there's a code that we can crack. We got to play our best football here today. But really that is kind of the thought process each and every week for us.
Well, you've stirred a fan base. So you're back home. They've been on the edge of their seat. They got defibrillators they're going to hand out before kickoff just in case the fourth quarter comes down to you-know-what again. But do you feel this is an amazing opportunity right now at home with a worked-up fan base that's very proud of what they're seeing on the field?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a big part of what we do is we want to bring these fans, the city, what they deserve. And so they've gone a long time without a consistently winning team, and that is a big part of why we do what we do. We want to make them proud, and we're going to need them here today, nice and loud.
Another pressure defense. The likes take the ball away. A year ago, Steelers and Vikings tied for the NFL lead in takeaways, an honor the Bears hold right now. They both blitz. Do they do it differently?
Yeah, they do. And really, I mean, it starts with these edge guys that they have. They are so quick, they're so fast up the field, and then when you combine it with potential interior pressure, it creates some one-on-ones, and I think that's where they're feasting. I think it's the beauty behind their scheme. When they do that, sometimes they put their DBs on an island, and potentially you can get some that way. We're going to have to capitalize if they do bring the pressure and hopefully get the ball out in time for some of those catch-and-run opportunities, but that's going to be a huge deal for us being able to negate their pass rush.
I'll tell you what a huge deal will be. You've preached it, you've lived it. It's all hands on deck blocking today.
Yeah. We're gonna be a little bit different than what we've been the last few weeks up front. With Ozzie at left tackle, which it's no problem. Next guy up, and he's been preparing for this, and we have a plan in place to help with those edge rushers in the first place. So he'll answer that call for us.
And 6 tight ends on the field, all of them are quality players in their own ways. 3 for the Steelers, 3 for the Bears. Is this going to be a featured element of this game when you get right down to it, whether it's blocking or receiving?
Yeah. I think our tight ends have been playing some of the most consistent football of the entire team all year long. So I have a lot of confidence in them on offense, and then clearly Arthur Smith, he values those tight ends. Darnell Washington's almost like an extra tackle out there blocking, and then when he gets the ball in his hands, he's hard to bring down. And you got Freiermuth and Jonnu Smith. It goes on and on and on, and so Arthur can make things very challenging from a personnel perspective because they can get big and they can pound it on you, or they can take those same players and spread you out and try to stress some of your base defenses that way. So I think DA's got a good feel for how we want to go ahead and get after these guys, and we got to execute at a high level today.
But shorthanded, different set of linebackers today.
Yep. We got some new guys stepping up, and it's no different than any other team in the NFL this time of year. There's attrition. Some guys go down, some guys get up, and it's that constant cycle. And this week we're going to have D-Jack and Hippolyte and really Hardy coming on out and playing good ball for us. So we're excited to see them compete.
You're going to get a feel for Hippolyte as a defender from the preseason. He's super fast.
Yeah, he put a lot of things on tape there in the preseason that we were excited about. And I think this is a good opportunity for him to showcase how far he's come over the first couple months of the season here. And so we know he's got the speed. This is going to be a little bit more of a downhill thump game, so we need him to show up and help take some of these offensive linemen off their double teams.
Aaron Rodgers not able to go today. Mason Rudolph gets to start at quarterback. You know, the one thing about a backup quarterback like that, he spent the entire offseason all the way up until June before Rodgers even got on there. So he took a lot of snaps. Guy has proven that he's been able to do some good things.
Absolutely. I mean, he has won several games at this level already, so that's nothing you just shy away from. He's going to be just fine operating their system. We got to do what we can to disrupt them, both from a disguised perspective with our coverages and getting after them with our pass rush.
All right, leads us to the name of the game today. What do you got?
It's all about physicality. It's going to be from start to finish, 60 minutes. We got to play longer and harder than the Steelers.
All right, best of luck. We'll talk to you after the game.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
That's Ben Johnson, Jeff Joniak here. Back to Mark, Tom, and Dionne.
All right, we'll see Ruben Hippolyte. That's good stuff right there. It's time for our predictions. It's brought to you by our great friends and partners over at Four Seasons. Now's the time to schedule your Four Seasons furnace tune-up. Backed by a 1-year no-breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind is only a tune-up away. I just got mine about 3 weeks ago. Get yours. Call today. Save $50 from your trusted local experts. For all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons. Guys, who do you like?
I like the Bears today. I think they score. I think this is a big offensive day for Caleb Williams. I'm going to go 31-24 Bears.
I'm going to go 30-28. Maybe it's a last-second field goal somehow, some way. And I do think the offense will have a day. They need to have a day. This has to be a win because of Caleb Williams in the offense type of day with all the injuries they have on the other side of the ball.
I think it's going to be a tough one. You talked about the overall week. I'll go 34-31 Bears. Another one. Get ready. Get the defibrillator out, right?
That's right.
And, because Bears fans, but we like it.
By hook or by crook.
Yeah, we like it.
It's been fun. It's just been outstanding. So, all right, Jeff and Tom have the call of the game. I'm back at halftime. Keep that number handy, 312-332-3776. It is a perfect day for November football. Bears and Steelers. This has been the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Bears Radio Network.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage.